Welcome to a meeting of your Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Harry Cohen. Representing District 2, Ken Hagan. Representing District 3, Gwen Myers. Representing District 4, Stacy White. Representing District 5, Mariella Smith. Representing District 6, Pat Kemp. Representing District 7, Kimberly Overman. The County Administrator is Bonnie Wise. The County Attorney is Christine Beck. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue, so we have time for everyone. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning by Hillsborough Television.
Good morning. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioner meeting on November 16th, 2022. I'm going to call the meeting to order, but before I do that, we'll do a roll call. I do have noticed that Commissioner Kemp will be joining us, so she's going to be a few minutes late.
Overman?
Here.
Cohen?
Here.
Hagan?
Here.
Kemp? Myers?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll begin with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll recognize Commissioner White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask that everyone please stand, and we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve my community as a county commissioner for the past 8 years. I would like to thank you for all of my colleagues, both past and present, and thank you for allowing them to do all of the good things that they have done for their constituents. Pray that you will guide each and every one of them each and every day. I thank you, Lord, for the wonderful staff here with this county government. The day-to-day operations of this county government are in good hands with this capable, hardworking staff. As always, I pray that today you will guide this board collectively as we do our work. Also pray that you will guide our staff and stakeholders as we hear input from them as we're doing our work today. And as always, I want to give thanks for our first responders and members of our armed forces. Pray that you will guide them and keep them safe each and every day. And I give these thanks and ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. I appreciate that. We do not have any proclamations today, although we do have at the end of the meeting the farewell ceremony. So for those of you that are interested in participating in that or seeing that, that will be at the end of our agenda. But with that, I'm going to recognize Ms. Wise, our County Administrator, to go through the changes of the agenda and anything that has been removed or deferred.
Thank you. Our first item is item B5. This is to approve Rule 13, approve waiving Rule 13 of the Board of Rules of Order to consider any board actions related to the BOCC farewell ceremony scheduled for today, including actions to name a county-owned building, park, or property for a departing commissioner pursuant to board policy number 01.12.00.00. Costs associated with any board action can be absorbed within the existing department budgets. There has been one item that has been deferred. It was Commissioner Smith's item F4, which is to approve the renaming of the room 305 auditorium of the courthouse building. We have one correction to the agenda. Item A58 is now item F5. 5, which is a BOCC appointment to the Commission on Human Trafficking. We have several items for time certain. The first one is at 9:15, item E1. This is a special appearance by Santiago Corrada, President CEO of Visit Tampa Bay, to present their biannual activity report. Item E2 at 9:30 is a special appearance by Rob Higgins, Executive Director, Tampa Bay Sports Commission, to present their biannual activity report. Item D1 at 10 o'clock is to conduct a public hearing to consider approval of the special assessment resolution and assessment roll. This will allow the county to impose and collect a non-ad valorem special assessment for the purpose of benefiting assessed properties through enhanced Medicaid payments for local services. This is related to item B3. And then item B3, also at 10 o'clock, related to item D1, is to approve the budget amendment resolution to appropriate the not to exceed amount of $103,484,400 for the agreements with the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration, AHCA, for participation in the direct payment program, which provides supplemental payments to eligible hospitals providing services to Medicaid managed care recipients. And then 11:45 is the BOCC farewell ceremony. Those are the changes to the agenda.
Ms. Wise, I'd like to ask for a slight correction on the item F4. You made mention that it was deferred. Actually, according to my addendum, it's actually been deleted.
That is correct. It has been deleted. My apologies.
No worries. I just want to make sure it was clear. Thank you very much. With that,
Move the changes.
move the change. We have a motion by Commissioner White, a second by Commissioner Smith. We'll go ahead and approve the changes.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp, Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm trying to find where I don't get feedback. I'm getting some feedback up here.
Staff is working on that. We are hearing feedback.
Madam Chair,
So-
the vote was 6-0.
6-0. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Is there sound on any of these devices?
Not that I'm aware of.
Phone?
Nope, those are all off. Okay, sorry about that. With that, we'll open up for public comment. We have several individuals that have signed up to speak today. Some have listed items, and one of which has been removed from the agenda. That is item F4. But Board welcomes your comments from citizens on any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to the board members. However, it is requested at the same time that when you address the board, that comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or a staff member, but directed at the issue. This provides mutual respect between the board members and the public, and the board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following the changes to the agenda for public comment. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting in the event that we exhaust the 45-minute period. Anyone who wishes to speak virtually or in person during the meeting may do so by completing the online public comment form found at hcflgov.net/speakup. The form is open for public sign-up 48 hours prior to the start of the meeting, and an option is available to notify whether comments will be provided virtually or in the meeting. You also may sign up in person on the day of the meeting in the lobby at the Frederick B. Carl Center located at 601 East Kennedy Boulevard in downtown Tampa. Assistance will be available on site between 8:30 and 9 a.m. For participants who wish to speak virtually who have completed the online form, an audio call-in number will be provided to you after the form is received by the county. You must provide your name on the form, and virtual speakers will also be provided a phone number on the form. If you want a confirmation sent to you, you will need to provide an email address. All speakers will be required to provide their name and email address, telephone number on the online form. This information is being requested to facilitate the public comment process. Sign-ups for both virtual and in-person public speaking opportunities for public hearings and public comments close at 9 a.m. on the day of the meeting. The chair will call on the speakers by name in order in which the requests to speak have been received. Prioritization is on a first-come, first-served basis, and the board Seating capacity is 85 visitors for special recognitions, public comment, and viewing. If capacity is met, overflow viewing will be provided. I ran out of page. I don't know where the rest of the words are, but that's basically, we'll make accommodation. And thank you, everyone, for that is here to speak today. I have several individuals who have signed up to speak on general comments, and then we do have several individuals that are signed up to speak on the public hearing, D1. I'll first address the public hearing. First address the public comment, general, and the first speaker is attending virtual, I believe. The name is James Dial, I believe, speaking on A1, which is on the consent, which we will approve shortly. Mr. Dial? Communications, is Mr. Dial available?
James, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I don't have any comment. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for signing up. All right, the second speaker is speaking on F4 that's been deleted from the agenda, and that is Vanessa Vasquez, who's also attending virtually.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. I just want to start off by saying thank you to Commissioner White for his long-lasting service for our great county. He's, in my opinion, one of the best county commissioners we've had, and I am very grateful for his service. I was going to be speaking on item F04, and I appreciate that it has been removed from the agenda. I know that might have been a last-minute thing, but I'm grateful nonetheless for being able to speak on it. It was to rename a courtroom building after the recently disgraced Andrew H. Warren, who was removed from office for his incompetency and neglect of duty by our governor, who was recently reelected by the people of Florida, Governor DeSantis. So I'm grateful. Thank you, Commissioner Overman, for removing that item. I believe it wouldn't have been appropriate to do something like that. And I also wanted to touch on under the section 2 of items to be discussed by the BOCC in the future, I believe within at least 120 days in the future. It was brought up by Commissioner Higgins that he wanted to direct the board staff to work with the Department of Revenue and the clerk's office and any other body to create a judicial process for refunding the money that was taken from the transportation sales tax back to the people. Now, I believe that is an extremely important topic, an extremely important task that needs to be addressed as soon as possible, not within 120 days. This needs to be priority number one. So I am grateful to Commissioner Hagan for making those statements and putting them on the record that they need to be addressed, because I believe right now with the inflationary times that the people of Hillsborough County are dealing with, this is a very important topic. So great that that's something that wants to be discussed, and I just feel like it should be priority. I appreciate everyone's time and the commissioner's time, and that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Josie Fickey, I believe, in person. Fickey. Not seeing anyone acknowledging being called. I will let that go. I have several other individuals who have signed up on off the agenda items. The first being Linda Wiggins Chavez, who's here in person. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
You have 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes, ma'am. The indicator is green, lets you know that you're there. Yellow means you've got about 30 seconds, and red means you're done.
Okay.
Just in case you hadn't experienced that before, it's helpful.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Linda Wiggins Chavis, and I am an organizer with Faith in Florida. I am here to bring attention to the issue of the housing crisis in Hillsborough County. I know it's been discussed ad nauseum, but at the same time, nothing has been done. Or I should say, not enough has been done. We know this housing crisis is about widespread gentrification by developers. It disproportionately affects Black and brown communities. It is about skyrocketing rent, taxes, mortgages, and security deposits. Many people are living in unsafe and hazardous conditions. There are slumlords that are evicting people as backlash, and the emergency rental assistance is not getting to people in enough time. There are so many people that are homeless now, living in their cars, living on the street, living with friends, and emergency rental assistance does nothing for people that are homeless. And the homeless population continues to increase because not enough is being done. And then we have the Sadowski Fund, where money that has been specifically earmarked for the housing crisis to build affordable housing is being redirected for other uses. During this recent election, everybody wanted to jump on the housing crisis bandwagon. Everybody wanted to say, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Well, we've had a chance to do the things that we need done, and not enough is being done. I've been to city council meetings and I have spoken there. They approved it to be put on the ballot. Then 2 weeks later, they shot it down. What we need is rent stabilization. And the only way to get that is to declare housing as a state of emergency. We want rent stabilization simply to give people a chance to catch up, to get on their feet, to be able to afford these skyrocketing prices. And I've been to the areas where the conditions are horrific. Waimama, good Lord, Waimama is horrible.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins-Chavez. Your time has expired.
We need
and
something
I
to be
hear
done.
you.
Thank
I hear you. Thank you so very, very much. The second speaker signed up for off the agenda is Mr. Buddy Harwell, who's here in person. Oh, and for the record, I wanted to make sure that you've recognized that Commissioner Kemp arrived a little while ago. So, Mr. Harwell.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Got a quick question before I get started. Will we be able to say anything with the farewells later on if we hang around? Or does it have to be now?
I'm willing to entertain that.
I mean, it's going to be quick later on. I mean.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm willing to entertain that if you're willing to stay.
Thank you. Buddy Harwell, President, Concerned Citizens of Gibsonton, Vice President at Baum Civic Association, lifelong residents. We've had a couple things go on in the area of Gibsonton. I don't know if you heard, our last fishing cabin that was on Giants Camp property was burned, homeless people sleeping in it. They believe they do have somebody that started it. I did get video of them walking past my shopping center in the area. But you know, goes to what the previous speaker was talking about. You know, we need help in the area. There's at least 20 new faces in the last 3 months. Where's the other one? Talked to Mr. White about this. We got a, I know y'all don't hear the special use about cell towers. We got a cell tower proposed next to the train tracks in Gibsonton. The problem is it's right next or just south of what I know as growing up in the area as an Indian burial ground. So we don't know if this is impacting. I've called University of South Florida to see if they can come out there. I haven't got no response, but I'm hoping. I don't know if I'm in Commissioner Cohen's district, Myers District anymore. It's confusing, but I hope someone can help us look into this. I know, like I say, I talked to Commissioner White about it and see what we can do. Now we go to Balm. This is Balm Waimama Road going up to the apex. You can see we got a ditch on the right-hand side. Now we don't have a ditch. There's actually a berm there. You remember our 250-foot setback we're supposed to have that y'all agreed it only needs to be 50 foot? This is the new road that's supposed to cut and help the thing. Dump trucks have been using it. The plan says they're supposed to use Shelley Lane Road. They've been using this. There's no stop sign. There's no flagman. They don't even stop. I sit out at Baum Park and got it recorded on dash cam for 3 or 4 days. That's another thing about the ditch. When they first started, they started clearing the land, burning 3 nights. I called EPC because you're supposed to stop 1 hour before. Voting day, this is what we dealt with. These off-road dump trucks coming up and down Balm Waimama Road. I sat there for 30 minutes and watched 20 of them go by. I called the Sheriff's Department, nothing happened. I don't even see a response online. I called Commissioner White. I did get Natural Resources. She did come out.
Thank you,
The thing
Mr.
is violated. Okay.
And you can send those photos to the commissioners.
They're sent.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Harwell, Mr. Harwell,
White.
don't go anywhere yet.
Commissioner White wants to speak to you.
Will you go, while I'm speaking, I need to speak about 2 things, but while I speak about the first thing, will you go back to the image of Johan's boot from your presentation? First thing I want to mention is
That's not Johan's, that is Altremani's. Johan Peterson was another giant.
Sorry about that. Will you go back to that image?
We're there.
I'm putting some final edits on a letter to the Lujo in reference to what Mr. Harwell spoke about with respect to there possibly being a Native American burial ground at that cell phone tower site. I know my staff will be talking to you about that. Just putting some final edits on a letter just to make sure that the Lujo's aware. With respect to the boot, and pardon me for getting my folks mixed up, but the Giants Camp is a cultural treasure, cultural icon for the Gibsonton community. I don't even know who owns the old Giants Camp property. Do you know who owns it? Okay, Mosaic owns it. I'm not sure what the fate of that property is, but if that is ever used for any purposes like commercial use, or if it's otherwise developed, I strongly believe that we should negotiate with Mosaic to get that boot and the plinth that it stands upon moved to a protected county location like a park or a roundabout or something like that, because that is just it's a historical cultural treasure for the Gibsonton community.
You'll need to, thank you.
Which one?
There you go.
We've actually talked about the Civic, about maybe a roundabout sometime or another, because it is kind of hidden. It is dark. You can see some homeless been sleeping in the area. The boot was knocked off 1.5 years ago, just repaired and just put back up about a month or 2 ago. So we have talked. I've talked to a Mosaic lady that takes care of the stuff, and we're trying to see what we can do to maybe secure a little bit more light or something.
Ms. Wise, will you get your folks to talk to Mr. Harwell and see if we have any roundabouts planned nearby? Be a great place for it if we can negotiate with Mosaic to take possession of it. Otherwise, maybe there's a park location or something that would be a fitting place for it to be placed.
We can do that, and also get with Mr. Harwell regarding his commission district and making sure that we have that straight for you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner White. And normally we would handle that in future business, but we're going to probably be very done after the farewell ceremony. So, Mr. Harwell, also I'd highly recommend that the community reach out to code enforcement to address those issues that he brought up regarding the traffic and the construction in that area, because that is my understanding the appropriate method of addressing some of those items. So for your knowledge, that's important. The next speaker signed up to speak is Jamie Franklin, who's here in person. Welcome, Mr. Franklin.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'm sad to see some of you go, but things happen. I'm going to complain now, and I'm complaining like just Mr. Ohio of all the equipment that's driving up and down the paved roads. I sent a video to Ms. Smith's office of an excavator, a great big machine, driving on Bomb Wyomama Road. I've also got videos of the same equipment driving on Bomb Road right in front of my property. I don't know what could be done about this. I'm sure the sheriff department can't sit out there all day and write tickets, and I don't know if they would anyway, but that's my complaint of the day. Good luck. We'll talk later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. The next speaker signed up to speak on general comments is Jason Kimball, who is attending virtually. Mr. Kimball, are you available?
I am.
You may proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, can I start? Thank you. Thank you. So I first want to say that I'm just a little bit disturbed by the agenda. There seems to be a lot of items, some major budgetary decisions that I think should be left to the new commission to address, because there's new commissioners that may come on. They may not like the decisions that are being made, and they may end up spending bulk of their initial time undoing some of these decisions. And I want to assure some of the commissioners that are going to be staying on that the new commissioners will be willing to work with you. This isn't a situation where you're getting unreasonable people onto the board. And it would be best to start that relationship in a reasonable way. So I would just request that the agenda items that seem pertinent to hold off and wait for the new commissioners to come on be just halted and delayed, and so that they can come on and evaluate. I'd also just like to discuss some of the things that led to the new commissioners coming on, and just point out how important it is to the citizens of Hillsborough County to have non-radical, non-tyrannical commissioners. We're not asking for much. We're not going to be hawks and all up in everybody's business, but we just want a free Hillsborough County. We want businesses to remain open. We do not want vaccine mandates. We do not want mandated social distancing. We don't want conflicted, biased medical professionals to be advising the commission, people from hospital systems like Tampa General Hospital that has obscenely high fatality rates compared to other local hospitals like Brandon Regional. So I would just request that the remaining commissioners take that into consideration. And I hope that you guys are able to work with the new commissioners in a very productive way to make Hillsborough better and to keep Hillsborough free. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's our last speaker signed up to speak on general items. There are several speakers that have signed up for D1, just to make sure that you understand. And they'll be called on when we get to that item. So rest assured you'll have an opportunity to speak. With that, that is the last speaker that signed up to speak. I just did want to address the one comment that was made regarding items that are for approval. Majority, if not all of these items, have already been approved in the budgetary process, as well as process in the meeting since then. So there's nothing here new other than adopting the process of the contracts that the board has already agreed to do. So with that, we'll address the items that have been removed for separate vote, which in this case, we don't have that. And I'll take a motion to approve the consent agendas with changes.
So moved.
Second. Okay. Second. And I have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, a second by Commissioner Myers. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to our agenda.
Thank you. Our first item is a time certain item. This is item E1. This is a special appearance by Santiago Corrada, President CEO of Visit Tampa Bay, to present their biannual activity report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Commissioners, our esteemed County Administrator, County staff, those watching in person, those watching at home. First, let me start out by saying thank you. Thank you to all of you for your support. I think our report today will show that our work together is meaningful and has a great impact on our community. But before I do that, I'm sure I'm going to violate some farewell protocol here, but that's okay. I will deal with the Sergeant at Arms here in a few minutes, I'm sure. I want to thank those commissioners that I'll be seeing for the last time at this forum. And we do have a little gift for you to remember Visit Tampa Bay while you're relaxing.
Terrific, I love it.
You can always use an extra bag, right? When you're looking for one. I think we can cue the presentation. Do you see it? Am I supposed to? There we go.
There you go.
So this is really a fourth quarter, end of fiscal year presentation. I think we should cover, the great progress we've made. So the next slide, please. It's getting harder and harder for us to compete with ourselves. It used to be that it was tough competing with other cities and other countries. And because we've set such high benchmarks over the last so many years, talking almost a decade now, it is increasingly harder for us to best our numbers. And this is the only indicator where we don't match our very best year as far as occupancy, which was 2019. But as you'll see in every other indicator, we've not only bested our best years, but we've bested the competition as well. So the next slide, this is occupancy. These are actual numbers for quarter four, which would be the last 4 quarters through last 3 months through September. You see that average daily rates compared to what they were back in 2019, which was the benchmark year. And then last year, coming out of the pandemic, we had set a new record. Well, we've set a new benchmark this year with average daily rates in all of Hillsborough County for the fourth quarter, which would be September, going backwards, July, August, September. Next slide, please. And revenue per all available rooms, those are all the rooms in Hillsborough County. If they were to collect, an overnight stay, this is what that number would have been for all of those rooms. So again, a huge jump from not only 2019, but even last fiscal quarter four. Next slide. And then revenue. These are quarter four revenues. These are actual numbers from Smith Travel Research. This is all hotel revenue, not including those overnight stays with Airbnb and VRBO. This is just hotel revenue collected for the quarter four compared to prior year's quarter four. So again, started out with a little drop in occupancy, but as far as dollars, the dollars have bested all prior years. Next slide. And now these are our Hillsborough County numbers. This is hotel taxable revenue for the fourth quarter, which would be July, August, September, but really collections from June, July, August. Hotels have a month to submit those to the county, and they're counted as the month they were received. So you see there just a huge jump as far as taxable hotel revenue in Hillsborough County only. We're Visit Tampa Bay, but we represent Hillsborough County. Next slide. Should show the bed tax collections associated with those revenues. And again, we should all celebrate another benchmark year because it is the best of all years as far as tourism, and that's saying something coming out of what we came out of in 2020. And you'll see in all the charts that, we hit a road bump in 2020, but we recovered pretty well after that. Next slide. So this is Smith Travel Research numbers, fiscal year to date. That would be from October 1st through September of this year. And you see how we compare with Florida on all indicators and the U.S. And so that first occupancy slide means nothing when you look at how we've performed against everybody else and how those numbers, as far as percentage increase, compare with everybody else. And again, that's saying something because we came out of the chute really fast after the pandemic, having a Super Bowl right during the pandemic, and Rob is here, and that was a feat that we were able to pull off. So having even a Super Bowl coming out, we're still besting numbers from back then. Next slide, please. And then when you look at our comp set, these are the folks that we go out and wrestle against for conventions. We're like-sized, although I'm starting to question like size as far as hotel inventory with some of our competitors. You see that we had the highest occupancy fiscal year to date against the competition. Next slide will show average daily rates. And remember, those are a function of the type of properties and the volume of properties that exist there that could drive average daily rates. So we just added our first 5-star and we just added our first JW. In some of those comp cities, there are multiple JWs and multiple 5-stars that could drive the rate, that average daily rate. So that's pretty good for us considering the type of inventory that we have. Next slide will show revenue per all available room, and you see, again, very, very strong. And again, when you think of Austin, Nashville, and Fort Lauderdale, and you think of the type of inventory that they have and the volume of it, that's why you see those numbers there. But for what we have and what we're doing, those are honorable numbers. Next slide. So we've been out and about. In front of tens of thousands. We were in Connect in Detroit. We were at ASAE. We had groups visiting. These are influential decision makers that can choose to bring their conventions here, that can choose to write about us and talk about us. So we were very, very busy this year. These are just a number of images from there. And then on the next slide, I believe you're looking at our multicultural business development and how much activity has gone there. In fact, next year, batten down the hatches. We're going to have a very, very big summer with big groups coming, tens of thousands each month from June through September. And you see some of the work leading up to that. There's a picture there of Dr. Clayton, who has made Tampa her adopted birthday home. She comes and celebrates from Georgia with us every year. And for those of you that know a little bit about her, she was with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., worked in his office, was his right hand, according to many. So we love that she celebrates every year with us. Next slide. And this year, we really, really focused on diverse groups and where we marketed. Our images show diversity, equity, and inclusion all the time, and what that means as far as scope. So you see some of the images there and where we marketed. Next slide, we'll talk about creating awareness to multicultural travelers and some of those periodicals, journals, advertising opportunities that we took advantage of during the year. Next slide, please. And then really maximizing the use of Orlando's airport. We were a little bit pinched to be able to do that at home because we don't market to people that have already arrived at Tampa International Airport. But anybody arriving to Orlando's airport is fair game. And so we like to hit them before they travel through a number of mediums. Next slide will show that we are hitting them prior to arriving and then when they arrive at the airport, because there's no harm in them spending, yes, some days in Orlando, but then driving over or coming right over and spending a few days with us and enjoying what we have to offer on this side of Florida. So again, we hit them while they're at the airport. I think the next image will also show the billboards, the digital billboards, the kiosks, and some of the images that they were exposed to while they were at Orlando's airport. Next slide. And then once they arrive, there's great technology now where we can continue to bug them. So as they're out and about, we're hitting them on their smartphone. We know they're there. We know they came through Orlando's airport. We know they kind of saw us at the airport. So we continue to entice them to come on over. Next slide. Then we ran a very successful Bay Crafted campaign. Those are great campaigns, not just for our visitors, but for our locals to enjoy this great craft beer brewing destination that we have. And it helps our local businesses. And so driving not just visitors, but locals to those establishments is important for us. We're all about small business and small business development as well. Next slide shows, I believe, another method that we use to help our partners. We developed the Riverwalk Pass that includes attractions along the Riverwalk that were not included in our city pass, and some are, but we wanted to make sure that while you're in downtown, you get a chance to visit them all. And so all of our partners that you see there really benefit from the sale of those Riverwalk passes and getting to see those great attractions. And you see what kind of revenue was generated and the kind of redemptions that went on with the first year of the Riverwalk Pass. Next slide. And Film Tampa Bay, very proud of the work they've done. They reside with us. They are our very, very close partner, like the Sports Commission. And so this year they had production that yielded the biggest budgets that they've ever seen as well. So they've set a new benchmark for film production, digital production, commercials, you name it. They've had their best quarter and their best year as well. Next slide. And so we do every year an economic impact study, and we see how much money is spent by visitors in our destination. We're at over $7 billion. And I always like to point out that the industry that supports us through you by charging a user fee is our hotel industry, but you see where money is spent, and it's not just in hotels. You've heard me say before, none of us travel to a destination and hide in the hotel and never come out until it's time to come back home. And so when we have visitors here that are staying in hotels, they spend money on food and beverage and transportation and entertainment and recreation. So you see there the spread of the money when it comes into town. And then the next slide focuses on how many visitors we enjoyed last year. 24.6 million visitors, which is phenomenal. Again, our biggest year ever. And if we look at those numbers, 9.9 million of those were overnight visitors. So again, great numbers for us to be very, very happy about. Next slide. And again, you look at what that generates as far as work for our locals and their income as well, and again, the taxes that are raised. And I always say that the user fee that is paid at hotels is just one little piece of what visitors pay as far as taxes. They pay the education tax, they pay a sales tax, and then those properties that serve our visitors pay property taxes to you, to the cities, and that means great quality of life for those of us who live here. So again, our visitors are very, very important for us here as locals. Next slide. And then this one just, really illuminates and demonstrates that as our funding increases, you see a direct impact to hotel revenues, taxable revenue, and then indeed to that bed tax, that user fee that is collected at those hotels and remitted to the county. And, for the last 10 years or so, I started tracking this. I took over in FY14. And we've looked at incrementally what our spending does versus the return. And so I hope you see a great return on investment there as far as the hotel revenues and bed taxes that are being collected, that user fee that our visitors pay to our hotels. With that, I thank you all for your incredible support. Because of you, we can celebrate, another benchmark year. It's getting harder and harder to do that. Because now we just don't, compete against other cities. We compete against our past success. But we have a great industry, works well together. When you see what happens at the airport and at the port and what happens with our hotel industry, our restaurants, everything that encompasses the hospitality industry, there are very, very bright days ahead. And by all accounts, all those conventions and groups and meetings and the attention we're getting, goes on for years and years and years. You'll hear me come back and talk about the groups that came next summer and their economic impact. So with that, I close. Thank you so much for always your attention. If there are any questions, I'd be glad to answer as well as I can.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. You are a jewel for this community. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just had a quick question related to the slide that you showed about driving the hotel bed rates. So the convention center is going through this renovation, and it's going to add a lot of meeting space. You mentioned the JW Marriott and the new addition being Tampa Bay's first 5-star hotel. Are there other hotel projects on the horizon that are going to continue? Because that's really what's going to make the rates, the driving of the rates go up, right? Is additional 5-star hotels at the top of the market. Do you see a prospect for bringing more of those into the community?
You know, I certainly hope so. You know, for years and years and years, it was a tough proposition to have a 5-star in town when rates were so low. Now that the rates are increasing, it becomes economically viable for some more 5-star properties, some more full-service hotels. I can tell you that, and it'll be in my report next time I see you, that hotel occupancy for October has been in the 80s on the average. That means that we're pretty much sold out. When you talk about 8 out of 10 rooms in every hotel property being occupied, there's not much left. And so we are indeed in need of more inventory, especially if the city continues to expand its convention center and invest dollars through the tourism tax, through the county. We're going to need more volume. We don't have the inventory that we need. And again, you know, we have the Pendry that's kind of sort of will add, you know, another luxury product. But when you think of what we don't have, right? We don't have a Ritz. We don't have a Lowe's. We don't have a W. We don't have a Conrad. I mean, I could go through a huge list of properties we don't have that should be investing and should be coming here because when you're talking about 80+% occupancy for an entire month with about 26,000 rooms, there's certainly room for more. So the good thing is that Hillsborough County has grown in the right way. It hasn't oversaturated with any one type of product, but it's getting to the point where we do need more inventory. And so I hope that, to your question, developers are listening because I know money's important and they will make a lot of money here, as you can see from the slides that I presented today.
And continue to attract, you know, the top tier conventions. I think every time one of those properties opens, it just makes the whole community even more marketable to a lot of maybe entities and organizations that hadn't considered this area before.
Yeah, and the addition, Commissioner, is a huge feather in our cap. There are only 12 in the world, and this one is the 5th in the U.S. And so it is a product, you know, I've been traveling the world over the last, 4 to 6 weeks, and the buzz around that property and being the 12th in the world to be here in Tampa is newsworthy, and it's newsworthy around the globe. So we need to continue, and I'm certainly hopeful. Based on the numbers, the numbers drive interest, the numbers drive investment. So I'm hoping that people are listening and people are watching what's happening here.
Thank you. I hope so too.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to make an obvious point, but I think it's important to do so. Your team helped us get through one of the largest public health crises this country has ever experienced. And prior to that, I always wondered why Tampa wasn't on all of the sort of regional lists that you would find, talking about metropolitan areas and tourism and those kinds of things. We were doing a great job, but we weren't on the global list. We weren't on that map. The work you did as we addressed the fact that we needed to rebuild our economy and we needed to once the governor allowed us to open back up, you were proactive in showing the world how awesome it is here and how important it was and how fun it could be in order to help all of the businesses associated with the tourism industry recover. That didn't happen by accident. You actively went out and marketed Tampa Bay as a region that was growing and fun and worth coming to. And now we're on the global map. That didn't happen by accident. And I want to thank your team for making that happen, because the residents of Hillsborough County and the county's budgets are richer for it. We have people that can come here in that industry and be successful. We have the ability to open 5-star hotels that weren't even looking at us before. They're here because of a lot of the work that your team did in showing the rest of the world how awesome it is in the Tampa Bay region and how awesome Hillsborough County is. And that they could come here and safely enjoy all the wonderful things there are here to do, not only in a community that would embrace whoever they were, but also to enjoy the environment that we invest in. So I just want to say how much I truly appreciate your leadership, what you brought back to the county in the way of returns, opportunity, and revenues is well worth what we've invested in your organization. And I just want to personally say thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you and your entire team. In addition to that, you house our international, ambassador program, in which I've had the opportunity to meet with international ambassadors and leaders from around the world that have come to the Tampa Bay region to look for opportunities for trade, relationships, and goodwill. And having an opportunity to do that through your efforts has also been such a pleasure. It gives me great pleasure to be able to celebrate how awesome it is here and to work with leaders from around the world that have appreciated Tampa Bay once they got here, largely as a consequence of that international diplomacy. So thank you so much.
Madam Chair, I humbly say thank you. The phenomenal team that stands behind the work that I presented today, they don't get to stand here and do it. I get to do it for them. It is amazing work, and I thank you for recognizing all of the industry that works so well together with you. You're out there with us all the time. When we're welcoming groups or we have an event, you're there with us side by side, and that means something when you have groups that are thinking about coming here or are coming here and are shown that kind of respect. And when you look back just over the last so many months, the Michelin Guide Global, the first 5-star edition, only 12 in the globe, as I've mentioned, the landing of Virgin Atlantic on dailies to Heathrow already. Those are global things that are happening because of all of us working together. And we've got great partners. The list goes on and on. Sports Commission, Film Tampa Bay, International Protocol Office, the Bowls, everyone that works so closely with us. Thank you for acknowledging them because they deserve all the credit. I get to come here and report out on their fantastic work.
Well, your partnership working on the Super Bowl effort, the partnership that you have served on the Commission on Human Trafficking to address the fact that oftentimes big events and tourist activities tend to also create, unfortunately, a platform for human trafficking, and your advocacy and partnership on bringing a highlight to that, training majority of all of our partners when it comes to tourism and travel, transit, our Uber and Share Ride partners, the partnership that you've had in helping raise the awareness on that important issue has not gone unnoticed. So thank you very, very much for all that you've done. Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item E2. This is a special appearance by Rob Higgins, the Executive Director of the Tampa Bay Sports Commission, and Rob's going to present their biannual activity report.
Good morning, Rob. It's good to see you, and I love the fact that you two are presenting together because it helps us understand the diversity of our economy and how important it is to Hillsborough County residents and our overall government. So it's good to see you, sir.
Thank you. We call each other the tag team partners, but I think it has to do with the height, not the hair. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be with you here this morning. Hopefully they've got our presentation, they can get pulled up. But similar to Santiago, I would just like to thank everybody for your vision, your hard work, your advocacy, and making this such a great place to play. So as you listen to the report, I would just encourage you to take a lot of pride in it, because without your investment and, again, your vision, none of this would be possible. I'll start with a handful of recent events since the last time that we had the opportunity to present with you. I've got somebody else's presentation pulled up, but let's see. Oh, okay, they'll go through it for me. Awesome. So in August, next slide, we hosted the U.S. Gymnastics Championships. That was the first time it's been to the Southeast since 2004. Nearly 25,000 people attended, and that also included their Congress, which had over 2,000 people partake in that at the Tampa Convention Center. It was a nationally televised event on NBC. We got a ton of positive feedback and comments from people as part of it, and are already in conversation with USA Gymnastics on the opportunity to bring them back here in the future. Over the summer as well, in June, we hosted NHL Awards Show. We had about 2 to 3 weeks to plan on it. It took place at Armature Works. Again, nationally televised. It was great to work with our friends at the NHL again with their special events division, and certainly we'll have our eye on the ball on other opportunities to work with them. That exact same week, if you take a look at the next slide, we hosted a 50th anniversary of Title IX summit at the Amalie Arena. We were one of only 4 cities that were selected by ESPN to host that event. And certainly if you think about the power that legislation, Title IX, has had for us to be one of only 4 cities to work officially with ESPN to celebrate that, as well as our friends at Spectrum, was a pretty amazing opportunity. In terms of some upcoming events, I'll go through those fairly quickly. But on February 11th, if you look at the next slide, Supercross makes its return to Raymond James Stadium. That event is operated by our partners at Feld, who are located right down the road, and obviously one of the biggest sports and entertainment companies on the entire planet. A couple months later, on the next slide, you'll see the NCAA Men's Frozen Four. That's our 3rd time hosting that event. We hosted it in 2012. Again in 2016, and now it's returning in 2023. We had the good fortune to be in Boston this past year. And I can tell you, just getting an opportunity to visit with a lot of the fans, they are so excited to come back to Tampa, and they have such fond memories from the previous Frozen Fours here, and they can't wait to thaw out once they come back in April from whatever their winters were like. So it's going to be a great time on April 6th and 8th. On the next slide, you'll see an event that we have never had the opportunity to host, the Savannah Bananas. The Savannah Bananas, if you're not familiar, are a minor league baseball team in Savannah, Georgia. It's truly an incredible story. They've taken the world by storm. They have the largest social media following of any baseball team in the country, including Major League Baseball teams.
Wow.
You can think of them somewhat as like a baseball version of the Harlem Globetrotters, with the exception of how much they lean into social media. They have their own rules. It's called Banana Ball in terms of the way they play baseball. But working with our good friends at the Yankees to bring them here to Steinbrenner Field, I can tell you the minute it was announced, I don't know that I've ever gotten more calls and texts and emails. They have mass appeal, pun intended, and they just are truly one of the hottest sports and entertainment franchises out there right now. 2 years ago, they had a 1-city world tour. Last year, they had a 7-city world tour. And then this year, what we're a part of, they had between 80 and 90 cities reach out to them, and they picked 33. We, again, are just really excited to have them here and to leverage a whole new audience. At the end of 2023, if you go to the next slide, we're going to host the NCAA Division I Women's Volleyball Championship. That's the event's first time back in our community since 2009. So certainly volleyball is a very popular sport. It continues to be on the rise, and we're excited to have them coming back. On the next slide, I would just mention we're one of 7 finalists to host the Women's Final Four. We just wrapped up the bid presentation. I want to thank Administrator Bonnie Wise, as well as Commissioners Overman and Myers for your participation in that presentation. We are fortunate. There's no community that's ever welcomed more Women's Final Four fans than us. We hosted in 08, 15, 19. We have it coming back in 25, and we hope to be able to solidify our spot in the rotation in 2027 to 2031. So we'll keep you guys posted on it. We should have news here in the near future, but just an amazing event. And I know I've talked here for a few minutes about a lot of the big events that get a lot of the attention, but I can tell you, if you go to the next slide, you can actually advance it one more. The youth and amateur sports market, in terms of what we're hosting on an every weekend basis, continues to be our bread and butter as well. So if you go to the next slide, you can see our room night goal for this past year was 143,000 room nights. We actually accomplished 194,000 room nights. And a lot of that has to do, if you go to the next slide, with the 70 plus events that we hosted here. Just a great mix of a variety of different sports. If you name it, if it's a competition and it could generate hotel visitor room nights, we're going to go after it. And we're going to try to continue to bring as much sports tourism business here as possible. If you go to the next slide, you'll see just a graphic comparison. This is just the soccer market alone. You'll see how the growth at the Sportsplex just continues to thrive. This past year, fiscal year, which we just wrapped up, the Sportsplex generated 63,000 hotel room nights. Prior to that complex getting built, there was a feasibility study done, and in year 4, which is the one that you would compare the 63,000 hotel visitor room nights to, in year 4, the consultants projected that it would do 38,000 hotel room nights. So a lot of times, candidly, when these facilities are built across the country, they're done so based off of lofty projections that may or may not come true for them. But in this case, I can tell you it has over-delivered in a very massive way, which is great to see that return on investment. And again, it's thanks to your vision there. If you go to the next slide, you'll see just a handful of the youth and amateur events that are coming up, from football to soccer to hockey, you name it. Again, we're going to go after it and try to bring it here. So again, we thank everybody for your partnership on it. We thank everybody for your investment in your vision. Without you, presentations like this truly would not be possible. I also want to thank the outgoing commissioners. We've worked with you each in a variety of different ways, and your support has been truly phenomenal. We'll miss you, but we'll continue to stay in touch, that's for sure.
Thank you, Rob. I don't see anybody in the queue, but I will say it has been a true pleasure. Please, I will send you my email address and telephone number. I expect to see all of those wonderful things on my calendar in the future.
Yeah, you're not getting off that easy.
Oh, okay. I'm not going anywhere. But I will say this. When we look at what we do invest in, when we, for example, the Sportsplex, when I've gone to Florida Association of Counties conferences, and we talk about at the statewide level the importance of investing in our sports-related activities and what an economic driver that is, how that not only drives hotel space, but also gives our youth and our adults a venue for great things. And the Sports Commission has done a fabulous job of putting the Tampa Bay area on the map, just as Visit Tampa Bay has done so as well. We have had, I don't know, how many more Super Bowls than everybody else as a consequence of the work that you've done?
We're fortunate to have hosted the third most
Right.
Super Bowls.
Yeah, that doesn't happen by accident. And I want to say thank you for the work that you and your team have done. Thank you to the previous boards and the current boards, as well as our county staff that have recognized the value of investing in the activities associated with the Sports Commission's work that has brought revenues, benefits, jobs, and fun to the Tampa Bay region as a consequence. And we have benefited from that in a great way. Showing the return on investment is a great way of helping people understand why we invest in these kinds of activities. And clearly, between what's done at the Visit Tampa Bay and the Sports Commission, we are a win-win-win community as a consequence of your work, and I wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for to all of our Team Tampa Bay partners, Santiago, the county, and so many others. There's no way we could be successful without everybody's buy-in, so thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, we will move on to our next item. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. Our next two items are related. The first one is item D1. This is a public hearing to consider approval of the special assessment resolution and assessment roll to impose and collect a non-ad valorem special assessment for the purpose of benefiting assessment properties through enhanced Medicaid payments for local services. This item will then be followed by item B3. But first, this is a public hearing. We have Jean Early and Catherine Benson with the County Attorney's Office to present this item, D1.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll do the presentation and then we'll open it up for the public hearing, and your comments will be heard at that time. Mr. Early?
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Gene Early, Department Director for Healthcare Services. Agenda item D1 is a motion recommending that you conduct this public hearing to consider approval of their special assessment resolution and the assessment roll. That special assessment resolution will allow the county to impose and collect a non-ad valorem special assessment for the purposes of benefiting assessed properties through enhanced Medicaid payments for local services. If approved, the special assessment will only be opposed against property owned or leased by private hospitals, will be calculated for each hospital based on the rate of $24,900 per hospital bed, and will be collected by direct billing each affected hospital. Assessment payments made by the hospitals will not be passed along to patients of the assessed hospitals as a surcharge or as any other form of additional patient charge. And the special assessment resolution is structured to include the county's cost associated with the development, levy, administration, and collection of the assessment. And it's also my understanding that representatives from the Poor Healthcare Systems, TGH, Advent Health, HCA, and Bickett Healthcare Systems have signed up for public comment. Agenda item D1, as Commissioner, as the county administrator indicated, D1 is related to agenda item B3, and this is a public hearing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Is there any other additional presentation at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, seeing none. I'll open up for conversation and then we will address B3. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's several for public comment.
Okay, right, excellent. I got it. I think this is the most recent one, so we should be good. So I'll open it up for public hearing, and we'll hear from the public, and then we'll have discussion or conversation and address item B3 as it follows. The first person that signed up to speak regarding the public hearing for D1 is Erica Skula, who has signed up to speak virtually.
Madam Chair, Erica has not signed in.
Okay, thank you. And the second speaker, also attending virtually, is Gary Searles. If I've pronounced that correctly, Searls.
Yes, you pronounced it correctly. Thank you so much, Chairperson Overman, for allowing me to speak today. As stated, I'm Gary Searles. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at HCA Florida Brandon Hospital. And I just want to thank the County Commission as well as all the county staff that diligently worked through this new payment program to help support our Medicaid and also our indigent population that we serve across the Hillsborough County hospitals. I'm here to speak on behalf of our 3 HCA Florida hospitals, Brandon Hospital, South Tampa Hospital, and South Shore Hospital. As you have heard, this is going to help bridge the gap of the cost to treat the patients through our emergency room and our OB services. Just at Brandon alone, we delivered over 1,800 Medicaid moms and their neonates and over 70,000 ED visits through our locations. And collectively, as a Hillsborough County system across all campuses, we provided over $51 million of charity care that does go uncompensated. So this new program will help bridge that gap for all of our hospitals to ensure that we have all the services and access to the patients and the growing population in Hillsborough County. So again, thank you, County Commissioners, for hearing about the direct payment program today, and I ask for your favorable support for the program. And that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sears. The next speaker signed up to speak is in person, Colleen Ernst. Good morning, Ms. Ernst. You're recognized.
Good morning. Thank you for your time today. I'm here simply to answer any questions, if there are any questions from the commissioners or from staff. But I believe the hospital representatives are eager to express their thanks to you for everything you've done and that staff has done. In particular, we're very grateful for the communication we've had with Jean Early and Debbie DeWitt and the administrator's office. So just here to answer questions and to express thanks.
Excellent. Thank you for being here. The next person to speak who's attending virtually is Kimberly Guy.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Kimberly Guy. I'm the Senior Vice President and leader for Hillsborough for the Baycare Health System. Thank you for allowing me to address the Commission on behalf of Baycare and our 6 hospitals in Hillsborough: St. Joseph's Hospital, St. Joseph's Children's, St. Joseph's Women's, St. Joseph's North, and St. Joseph's South, and South Florida Baptist Hospital. With over 17,000 team members in Hillsborough County and $2.9 billion in economic impact, we are extremely proud of our contribution to the county's economic and physical well-being. I am here today as Baycare's representative to express our support of the Commission approving the Special Assistant Resolution and Assessment role to establish the provider fund to address funding shortfalls for Hillsborough County healthcare providers. This will help us continue to meet the growing need for healthcare services in the county. The funding mechanism has been approved by the state of Florida and CMS. Even before the public health crisis, most of Florida's hospitals were only reimbursed a fraction of the cost they incurred in caring for Medicaid patients. Today, there's a record 5.3 million Floridians that are enrolled in the state's Medicaid program. As it stands right now, Medicaid reimbursement rates only cover 58 cents of every dollar spent on care. That gap has become known as the Medicare shortfall. Through the model, all hospitals in Hillsborough County will be assessed via non-ad valorem special assessment with your approval. This will then be matched by the federal government. By fully leveraging this opportunity for federal dollars, Hillsborough County will be ensuring greater resources to serve the community's healthcare needs, including providing healthcare providers with critical support to hire and retrain our workforce to be ready to serve our community. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Guy. The next speaker is Steve Harris, who's here in person. Welcome.
And I just had a few brief remarks. First of all, on behalf of Tampa General, we'd like to thank every member of the board for their support of DPP. Also, Administrator Bonnie Wise, Jean Early, Catherine Benson, and their staff, who's really spent tireless hours working on this. This was a different concept than the county had ever seen before, And just my thanks and Tampa General's thanks for all the work that was put in on that. And I'll keep my, like I said, I'll keep my comments brief today. Today will mark the initial participation by Hillsborough County in the Directed Payment Program. It's a program that's now utilized in 37 states. It's tested and true, and we couldn't be happier because of the timing, really. The timing is critical right now because what's going on in the environment. During the public health emergency, as you just heard, Medicaid enrollment went up from 3.7 million in 2020 to last month 5.5 million. That makes Florida the third largest state in the country. Only New York and California have larger Medicaid enrollments. Florida and Texas are just about even. The Florida Hospital Association released some data recently from 2021, and you just heard it, and that was the Medicaid reimbursement only averages between 55% and 60%, depending on the hospital, of the actual cost. That's known as the Medicaid shortfall, and that's really what this program's all about. Is the Directed Payment Program is to fill that gap from the Medicaid shortfall. And at the same time, I'd just like to point out that we're seeing some historic increases in labor costs that have been exacerbated by workforce shortages related to the COVID public health emergency. So that's really what I mean when I talk about the timing couldn't be more of a godsend for this program. And then also to go along with that, kind of a 1-2 punch is the inflationary pressures that we're seeing on supplies now and construction costs. So again, all this to say, we thank you so much for your support of this very, very important program. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you for helping people understand the impact that this program will have. The next speaker that's signed up is Melanie Brown. She's in person.
Good morning, Chair Overman,
Good morning.
Commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I am Melanie Brown. I'm the Director of Government Advocacy for Advent Health's West Florida Division, and I'm here to express Advent Health's support for the Directed Payment Program and the rate resolution that you are considering today. This program allows hospitals in Hillsborough County to unlock the federal funding to address the Medicaid shortfall incurred by the providers. We appreciate your support of this program, and on behalf of Advent Health Tampa and Advent Health Carrollwood, we thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That's the last speaker I have on the list. Has anyone else signed up to speak since 9? Okay. With that, we will open it up for discussion. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll first move approval.
Okay. Motion approved by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Cohen.
And just say that I understand that it was a very complicated task to go forward with, and that I've been told over and over again, as the speakers noted, our staff has been really remarkable in how they have done a workaround here to try to make all this work for this community and the kinds of challenges we had, not logistically, but legally and otherwise, in terms of bringing this to be. And I'll just say for the record, Mr. Harris, I was taken aback by your stats that you shared with us, 3.7 million Medicaid recipients in the state of Florida, and third largest state in the nation for that. And that's a huge challenge because we don't have the Affordable Care Act here, and we don't have the Medicaid expansion. And so that I can imagine, although I don't know the economics of it, sets our hospitals at a great disadvantage, hospitals that serve us all. And that we have to look to the health of all of our hospitals as well, and that is what this does. And I appreciate the fact that this could be worked out.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. I too want to point out a couple of things that I think are critically important. As we were addressing the pandemic, what we found is that our hospital system and our public health officials at USF came together like I've ever seen free market competitors do. It was remarkable to see how well and how much they were partners, with us in addressing what was the largest, health crisis this country has ever faced. And I was stunned and pleased and thrilled to see that collegiate sort of behavior that typically you don't see in private enterprise. But it carried through. This program recognizes that, as Commissioner Kemp pointed out, and we heard from Mr. Harris, that the 3.7 million residents of the state of Florida that aren't eligible for the expansion of Medicaid benefits, that puts at risk the access to health care in our system, can be addressed by the efforts, again, of our healthcare providers that have come together to find a solution when we weren't able to have one at the state or the national level, to make sure that people have access to health care. I am thrilled to see that the work was done. Then one name that was not mentioned earlier was part of our legal team, Sam Hamilton, who worked diligently with all the partners to find a space where agreement can be made. What I'm also pleased to see is that this is a program that the industry has brought forward. We're able to act as a conduit, and we're able to do it without having the county have to pick up the overall cost of administering the program. And I'm glad to see we were able to find a way to act as a conduit for bringing great things to the residents of Hillsborough County. So with that,
Can I just?
I will recognize
I'll
Commissioner
correct
Kemp.
my own record and Mr. Harris's words. He said that Medicaid had grown from 3.7 million Floridians to 5.5 million Floridians.
Oh,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Thank
and
you for correcting.
I didn't want to restate what you had shared with us in misstated. So just to clear the record. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I'm glad, because I said it wrong too. So thank you very much. But bottom line, being the third largest state enrolled in the Medicaid is enough to recognize how critically important it is for many of our residents within the state of Florida whose income does not allow them to have access to health care. And Medicaid is the safety net program that allows them having access to health care. So thank you very much for the work that's been done here, not only by the industry, but by the staff that has brought this to us for consideration and approval. With that, seeing no further comments, please take a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, who made the second?
Commissioner Kemp and then Commissioner Cohen made the second.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan. Commissioner Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise on B3.
B3, this is the related item, and this is to approve the budget amendment resolution.
Commissioners, on Agenda B3, request that you approve the FY23 budget amendment resolution to appropriate a not to exceed amount of $103,484,400 for the agreements with the Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration, also known as AHCA, for participation in the direct payment program. This provides supplemental payments to eligible hospitals providing services, as we've talked about, to the Medicaid managed care recipients. The funds for these agreements are contingent upon approval of the special assessment resolution and assessment roll, which you just approved. Approval is going to allow us, the county, to collect the required funding from the hospitals pursuant to Ordinance 22-15. The special assessment is structured to include the county's costs associated with the development, levy, administration, and collection of the assessment at an amount of $150,000. The budget amendment resolution will increase the local participation FY 2023 revenue and expenditures by $103,484,400. from zero to that amount. Agenda item B3, as talked about earlier, is related to agenda item D1, and this requests your approval of FY23 budget amendment resolution as stated. I'd also like to just say that I would like to recognize Catherine Benson, and I'd also like to recommend the efforts of Bonnie Wise, our county administrator, and our assistant county administrator, Carl Harness, not assistant, correction, chief administrator for human services. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
So moved.
We have a motion by
Second.
Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further comment, please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise, we're to the regular agenda. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We are on item B1, and this is to adopt a resolution to approve the issuance of single-family mortgage revenue bonds or notes by the Housing Finance Authority to be used to fund low interest rate mortgages for eligible first-time home buyers. And this is to be coupled with a down payment assistance program through the Housing Finance Authority's partnership with the county. And Mary Helen Ferris from the County Attorney's Office will present this item. Cheryl Howell will also be available if you have any questions. Item B1.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mary Helen Ferris is doing the presentation. You're recognized. Thank you.
Yes, and I am pleased to present this item to the board, which, as Bonnie mentioned, is to adopt a resolution approving a
Thanks for using
financing.
WebEx. Visit our website at www.web.
I'm getting some kind of message.
Just a second. Just a second. Communications, are you good? Okay, sorry about that. You may proceed.
Okay. The bonds will be used to fund low-interest mortgages for eligible first-time home buyers. And as Bonnie mentioned, there's also $25,000 in down payment assistance through the partnership between the county and the HFA. I would like to clarify the recommended board motion. It says that no county funds will be used. I want to clarify there's no county funds being used with the bond issuance, but county funds will be used for the down payment assistance. The HFA has not issued a single-family bond since 2009. This was because of the conventional low mortgage rates and cost of issuance. Is right now for us to go ahead with this program. The initial bond issuance of $35 million should finance mortgages for approximately 150 eligible households. I'm available for any questions if there are.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. I appreciate that. Is there anyone else that's presenting as from the HFA possibly?
No, I'm it.
Okay, great. All right, terrific with that. Okay, well, I will open it up for board discussion or
Move for
a motion.
approval.
We have
Second.
a motion to approve. I'm very excited to see that this program is up and running, and the partnership with the Housing Finance Authority is working as well as it has been over the many, many years. We have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner Kemp. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Commissioner Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is item B2. This is the approval for a contract and sale and purchase of real property with Bickett Holdings. This is for 487.6 acres through the Jan.K. Platt Environmental Lands Acquisition Protection Program. And I know that several of you have been involved with this for quite some time. We're going to have Forrest Tuberville go through this presentation. John Mueller is available for any questions as well. And I know Forrest is very excited to present this item.
Yes, he is not the only one. So, Mr. Tuberville, welcome.
Thank you so much, Bonnie and Commissioner Overman and all commissioners. So as Bonnie mentioned, we are excited to present this item today. There are three different parts of this motion today. The first is to request that you approve by a supermajority vote a contract for sale and purchase of real property in the amount of $10,239,600 with Bickett Holdings LLC for approximately 487.6 acres located within the boundaries of the Little Manatee River Corridor Addition Preserve through the J&K Platte ELAP program. The second is to request that you approve, as part of the contract and transactional requirements, a phase-down lease between county and seller to allow for the seller's post-closing occupancy of the property for a period of 2 years, and that's for the purpose of winding down its current cattle grazing operations on the property. The third request is that you approve a budget amendment resolution to realign $1.2 million within the ELAP Bond 2019 fund, currently budgeted in the ELAP acquisition project, to the ELAP restoration CIP project for restoration of the property's upland habitats and demolition of any non-essential structures. The negotiated purchase price is above the average of the two independent reported appraised values. However, it is less than the seller's asking price of approximately $13.6 million. The contract includes a pro rata acreage adjustment of $21,000 per acre in the event that the final survey differs plus or minus 3 acres from the 487.6 acre property. The phase-down lease includes an escrow holdback at closing in the amount of $10,000 to offset any damage to the property during the term of the lease, which we do not expect. ELAP bonds will fund the $10,239,600 purchase price, $70,000 of transactional costs, and $1.2 million of habitat restoration costs. Annual operating costs of $5,000 can be accommodated within the current ELAP management budget. And finally, as mentioned earlier, the ELAP restoration capital project will be increased by $1.2 million from the ELAP acquisition project through the previously mentioned budget amendment. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or expound on the item.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that presentation. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I am very excited about this acquisition as well. I actually nominated this parcel for ELAP acquisition back around 12 years ago or so. As a member of the ELAP General Committee at that time and the Site Selection Committee, I was also able to shepherd that acquisition through the citizen process. And, you know, I'm very, very grateful that on my last meeting at this board, we can be bringing another project full circle that has been really important to me for a long time. This parcel connects other preserves, making a huge wildlife corridor from the upper Little Manatee River south past the county line to some other preserves in Manatee County. And it's just so important that we're continuing to protect wildlife corridors along our rivers, particularly specifically in this case, the Little Manatee River and its streams and its whole wetland system, because that is what is maintaining this outstanding Florida water. It's already designated an outstanding Florida water, and will contribute to what we hope is the coming designation that Commissioner White's been working on for a long, long time now, to designate that river as a wild and scenic river designation. Now that happens because it's wild and scenic and outstanding Florida, because we have preserved the land around it and kept it from developing with homes, because you know that it's a dynamic tidal river that floods its banks with our rain events, and we would be needing to dam it and tame it if we were having to protect properties from, private properties from flooding it, but also, I mean, it's just an incredible wildlife habitat, the river and its banks and its associated preserves around it, where it's teeming with life, and it's a place we've been able to really protect wildlife, many different species in Hillsborough County. So I would be delighted to move approval of this item.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner White. And Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, Commissioner Smith, it was a pleasure to get to second your motion. This work that you've done spans back to a time to well before you were a county commissioner. And it's great to see this work come to fruition today with you here on this dais. Ditto to what you've said about protecting land along the headwaters of the Little Manatee River. With all of the open land and preserved land in northern Manatee County, we can really connect some wildlife corridors that begin to have a true regional impact. So great work, glad to see it come to fruition, and glad to be able to second the motion and support it today.
Excellent. Thank you very much for those comments, Commissioner White. And I have to agree. Sometimes people go, well, why are we doing this? Why are we buying this? Why are we spending the money here? And here's the reality. If we were to build houses there, they would be a property insurance risk that everyone pays for when the house has to be replaced because of the tidal waters. It makes sense to not build there. And by creating these kinds of protections, not only are we taking care of the wildlife in our environment and our water quality, but we're also making good financial decisions on behalf of the state of Florida. So with that, I will, not seeing any other comments, ask for a roll call vote, please.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Board. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item B4. This is to approve a budget amendment. This is related to Hurricane Ian and the debris removal costs. Kevin Brickey, Director of Management and Budget, will present this item.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Brickey, you're recognized.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners. Item B4 is a item asking for a budget amendment approved by supermajority pursuant to the board policy to transfer $15 million from the Catastrophic Reserve Fund and appropriate it within our Hurricane Ian Disaster Event Fund. This action is necessary to fund debris removal costs related to the Hurricane Ian. It's anticipated that debris removal and emergency protective services are eligible costs that incurred within the first 60 days of the emergency, beginning September 23rd, will be reimbursed by FEMA at 100%. After the 60-day period, reimbursement of eligible costs are at 87.5%. So I would ask for approval of the item.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that presentation. Before we move or hear a motion, I have a quick question for you. Typically, what do you see? I see in the backup it indicates that after an initial period, we're anticipated to reimburse the costs at not a full percent. But typically, what has been our experience on getting reimbursements from FEMA and the state of Florida when it comes to hurricane disaster recovery?
Typically, it's that 87.5% between the federal and state shares. Mm-hmm. And so this time, the federal government over that 60 days has chosen to reimburse eligible costs at a 100% rate. For hurricanes, that is unusual.
So in terms of timeline, I mean, when we get the reimbursement, we carry the interest cost or the burden of the interest lost as a consequence of the monies that are spent. How long typically have we seen in previous hurricanes, have we borne the interest cost of making the payments but not receiving the reimbursements?
Well, we have paid those costs initially out of our own reserves, so that in a sense, is interest earnings that would be foregone. In the past, some of these reimbursements could take quite a long time, years, but recently FEMA has been reimbursing at a much quicker rate. For instance, over the COVID expenses for that emergency, we've been submitting reimbursement requests and getting them back quite quickly. So FEMA and the federal government have greatly improved that process. And so as we can start to request those reimbursements, it seems as though they're paying within 6 to 12 months, if not sooner.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that explanation. I appreciate that. To open it up for discussion or hear a motion?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner, I think, Kemp and White. I heard it everywhere. So please take a roll call vote.
Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan. Commissioner Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next three items are Commissioner Myers' items, item F1, F2, and F3. And before Commissioner Myers presents these, I did want to remind the board that these items are already incorporated into the fiscal year 23 budget.
Exactly. B. Do we have B5? I
There
don't
is no
see.
B5.
There's no. Where's B5? I don't see a B5. Do you see a B5?
Yeah, I think we were thinking that we would do that right before the farewell ceremony.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to make this real quick. Agenda items F1, F2, and F3 are sponsorships for the United Bikerz, Jamboree, the Tampa Bay Caribbean Carnival, and the 23rd Annual Tampa Bay Black Heritage Festival. The economic impact when these activities are held next year will bring about $8.5 million to our county. And these activities include diversity, equity, and inclusion, and therefore I move to approval of these agenda items.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner Cohen and White. Seeing no further discussion, please indicate your vote.
Chair Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith, White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Wise.
I think we just wanted to clarify that that was approving all three of the items.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Oh, that makes it easy. Okay, excellent. I'm glad you did that. And yes, because we had heard and made the commitment for those, so it's just getting it done. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. We're now going to turn it over to Luann for item F5. This is for the board to do an appointment to the Commission on Human Trafficking. And Luann.
We have one board, Commission on Human Trafficking.
And actually, I'd like to intercede a little bit. We do have one application here, but there was potentially the risk of not having some folks that had initially indicated they were interested in participating. They have not, as far as I know, applied. But I had recommended these appointments to be to go back for re-advertisement as the chair of the board of the Commission on Human Trafficking. There's some of these positions actually would be better suited with some of the other positions that are coming up. So I'm going to make a motion that we re-advertise these positions prior to making these appointments. Commissioner Smith, could you take the gavel for a second? Oh, sure. So I'll make a motion that we re-advertise these particular positions and take up these applications at a later date. Do I have a second? Or
Do I have a second?
Do you want a second?
Hearing none, the motion fails.
Okay. With that, Ms.
So we take a vote. Commissioner Overman.
Wait, before you do that, would you please say which, the name of each person that's in contention and which number they are?
Okay, May Best is number 1, and Claudette Graves is number 2. Commissioner Overman.
I'm going to abstain.
Commissioner Smith.
2.
Commissioner White.
2.
Commissioner Cohen.
2.
Commissioner Hagan. Commissioner Myers.
2.
Commissioner Kemp.
2.
Claudette Graves will be appointed.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Move to confirm.
We have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Commissioner Myers. Please take a roll call vote.
Chair Overman,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you very much, Board. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. Our next item is a staff report. This is to receive a report on the concept and design of the new Brandon Public Library. We have Andrew Breidenbaugh here to present this item, as well as Jim Hudak.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's Andrew Breidenbaugh, Director of Public Libraries. It's my pleasure this morning to walk you through an update on the timeline for the Brandon Public Library replacement and show you some of the initial design concepts for the new library. Next slide, please. This is a fully funded capital project in the 23 to 27 capital improvement program with a estimated $12.5 million total cost. And this new library is going to be about 3,000 feet from the original library. It's going to be on Lumsden near the intersection of Parsons. Currently, we're in design phase, or the procurement for the design phase of this project, where the award is expected to be made in mid-23. And as most of our libraries take about a year of design and a year of construction, we expect completion sometime in late 2025. Next slide. We expect this to be a single-story, 25,000 square foot state-of-the-art facility in a sort of neoclassical public design. It's very reminiscent of public architecture and the Carnegie era of library construction. The design incorporates red brick facade with ivory trim, entry porticos with ionic columns, a standing seam roof that will be topped by a raised cupola that perhaps will include a clock or clock tower in its design, and public art, a potential for the driveway. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to dazzle you with some pretty amazing architectural elevations. This is the aerial of the proposed public library, showing the entry plaza where potential public art and parking on the facility. Next slide. Closer view of the entry plaza and the front of the library. Next. This would be a street elevation, so this is what our citizens would see as they drove down Lumsden in front of the library. And one final. And sort of a wrap up of all of those for you, showing you what this amazing replacement library that is very, very needed in the community will do. I'm here with Jim Hudak, Director of Capital Programs, and we'll be happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been working with staff on this library rebuild for a long time. This is my last meeting, so I'm stepping away, but I really appreciate staff's efforts in bringing this mock-up to the board so that we can see it. And at this time, I will gladly move to receive the report and direct staff to ensure that the selected design and/or architectural professionals for this library rebuild design the building substantially as depicted in the images attached to this agenda item and adhere to the neoclassical design concept as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner White and a second by Commissioner Cohen. I am thrilled to see this happen. You know, oftentimes our citizens don't know what a county does, or a county commission does, or the things that we work on. And this is a good example of what our ad valorem taxes and other fees go towards, is bringing a beautiful resource like this in a community that certainly needs this type of enhancement. So thank you very much for working in this. And with that, we'll do, not seeing any other further comments, we'll do a roll call vote.
Overman?
Thank you. Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. So taking things a little bit out of order, would it be appropriate if you all could do any future issue items if you have any at this time?
Probably be a good idea. Are there any future items that the board would like to offer for consideration by the next board that gets sworn in on Tuesday? Yeah, I'm going to write you a very long letter and give it to you on Monday. Okay. But no, I'm serious. Are there any future items that you'd like to present? Seeing none.
Okay, very good. We can now move on to item B5. This is to approve waiving Rule 13 of the board's rule of order to consider any board actions that may occur during the farewell ceremony.
So moved.
I have a motion by
Second.
Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner Myers. Please do a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Ms.
Okay,
Wise.
and waiving one more rule to take the farewell ceremony a little bit early because we're a bit ahead of schedule.
That's
So moved.
okay. We have a motion by Cohen, a second by White and Myers. Please take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
A good example of a well-run board and a great team working together on doing great work. So, Ms. Wise.
We can now move on to the farewell ceremony. And so I'll turn it over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I haven't really been looking forward to this section, but I actually am as well. We've reached a point where it's time for some of us to say goodbye. And we will now begin our farewell ceremony for 3 members of this board. And I'm going to start with Commissioner Stacy White. It's never easy to say so long to a colleague, especially one as kind and compassionate and dedicated as Commissioner White has been to the pursuit of his role on this board, not only as a board member, but previously as a chair, as well as our chaplain for several years. Since November of 2014, Commissioner White has represented District 4, which is largely the southeast corner of our county, with deep conviction and class, and his significant contributions can be felt and seen not only in his district, but throughout Hillsborough County. Commissioner White has served in leadership positions for 7 of his 8 years on this board, 6 as chaplain and 1 year as chair. His steady and soothing influence provided immeasurable guidance to us as well as comfort. And he has been a tireless public servant who's treated everyone with respect and has made every effort to build consensus. Commissioner White has worked hard to enhance services, protect the environment and rural areas, and makes Hillsborough County safer and more beautiful as well as more prosperous. I'd like to ask, before we get much further, to recognize a special guest who's here. But first, I'm going to put it into some context. Commissioner White is an avid outdoorsman and conservationist, and like we never would have figured that one out. But with that, he's served on some of our most valuable boards, one being the Tampa Bay Estuary Program Policy Board since taking office in 2014. He is the current vice chair, and Pinellas County Commissioner Charlie Justice chairs that board currently. Commissioners White and Justice have served together for several years, and Commissioner Justice was unable to join us today, but Ed Sherwood, the executive director of Tampa Bay Estuary Program, was kind enough to make a drive across the bay, which we know is not that easy to do, and join us today. Mr. Sherwood, please join us.
Commissioners, Ed Sherwood, Executive Director of the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. First and foremost, I want to thank the entire board for your guys' commitment in protecting and restoring the Tampa Bay Estuary. I think some of the actions you've accomplished this morning will help us meet some very important upland habitat restoration goals for the estuary, so I wanted to thank you. But I'm here today mostly to recognize Commissioner White and his participation on our Tampa Bay Estuary Policy Board since 2014. As you heard, he served as vice chair since February 2017 and has remained in that position on our board up until this point. I think two of the things I wanted to highlight before we get into a video that was provided by our Pinellas County Commissioner and Policy Board Chair, Commissioner Charlie Justice. I wanted to highlight the very leadership and vision that Commissioner White brought to our board, particularly in 2017 when we were updating our comprehensive conservation and management plan for Tampa Bay. I think he brought a balanced approach in terms of listening to the entire community, the boating public, the fishermen, the hunters, all stakeholders that value the Tampa Bay Estuary and the recreational benefits that it brings to our community and the economic benefits that you heard this morning. So that was first and foremost, one of his important steps in improving his leadership on our estuary program board. And second, as you heard as well, is his leadership in seeking that federal designation of the Little Manatee River as a wild and scenic river of the U.S. I think with continued support and action from the local community, efforts of this board, the Hillsborough County Commission, and Commissioner White's efforts to garner support through the Manatee County Commission for that federal designation. That also exemplified his leadership on our board through the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. So with that, I think there is a video that Commissioner Justice of the Tampa Bay Estuary Program Policy Board is.
Commissioner White, I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person today, but I want to thank your colleagues for indulging me and letting me send this video message to you. I want to congratulate you on your time on the Hillsborough County Commission, but especially your service on the Tampa Bay Estuary Program. You know, a Republican from Hillsborough, a Democrat from Pinellas, but we've really made it work. We've made it work for the betterment of the people of Tampa Bay. I specifically want to thank you for your good work on the living shorelines here in Pinellas County, the work we've done in Old Tampa Bay, and the work that you've done to make sure that there was federal designation for the Little Manatee River. All of that, plus making sure that we have a long-term interlocal agreement, that's going to make sure that the work we have is sustainable for many years to come. Really, I just want to say thank you very much for the work that you've put in. It's been important work, it's been remarkable, and the people of Tampa Bay are grateful for your service. We wish you nothing but good days ahead.
So just to summarize, I wanted to personally thank you, Commissioner White, for your ongoing support of me as senior scientist, first with the estuary program and now as executive director. I think you've given me some sage guidance throughout my tenure at the program. And with that, we also wanted to offer a proclamation designating you a champion of Tampa Bay and offer you this picture of the Little Manatee River in our ongoing efforts to garner that wild and scenic river designation through the U.S. government. So thank you.
That's fabulous. That's fabulous. Is there an interest of getting a picture with the gift out front? Would you be willing to do that? Because I have a feeling more is coming, so you might as well go down there. Excellent. That way we can get the shot of that. Board, would you be interested in gathering together for a photo with the gift?
Very nice.
That is beautiful. Uh-oh. All right, shift this way just a teeny bit. Mr. You're good. Thank you. Thank you, Board. Well, that was terrific. Thank you very, very much for doing that. And I truly appreciate Commissioner Justice's tribute to our colleague. I had the pleasure of actually spending a little bit of time with Charlie Justice in Tallahassee at one of the Florida Association of County Commissioners meetings. And we had an interesting conversation of what it's like to be a commissioner after you've been in the legislature. And we both agreed that partisanship, one, has no really place in local government, but there is a great training ground in being a county commissioner before you're a legislator, because you wouldn't create half the rules that we actually created the state legislature if you had any understanding of what it's like to have to manage things on a local basis. And so I felt a common spirit with your colleague on the estuary board, so I appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Sherwood, for bringing that and sharing your heartfelt message on behalf of the Tampa Bay Estuary Board. Currently, we have a message we're anticipating seeing a message from Congressman Scott Franklin's office. However, I believe the individual that was going to make that presentation is unable to get here quite yet, so we can move on to the next item, and that would be Commissioner Smith. I'll recognize you.
Thank you. Commissioner White, it has been wonderful serving with you on this board, and I look forward to continuing to work together with you and continuing our friendship as we both move on to our next chapters. When I first joined this board, as you came into your second term, you were very kind to me as I was coming into my first term, and you were patient and helpful as you welcomed me aboard here. And your staff, Megan Nixon and David Garcia, I saw him a minute ago, they were very helpful and kind to me as well, and I'll never forget those kindnesses. You've always been extremely generous, Commissioner White, in sharing the stage with your fellow commissioners, allowing us to share in your efforts as you leave a great legacy behind you. You renamed a street to honor a family that was integral to the history of Waimama and the heritage of that community where you grew up. And you graciously shared that ceremony with me. You led the board to pump the brakes on development in the Baum community until we could get a handle on how that development would be managed. And you worked with the community in your district and brought forward a whole new set of design standards for future growth in Southeast Hillsborough County to ensure that future growth will honor the heritage and character of that community, somewhat like the library that it has come to fruition today. And you've been a stalwart champion of the environment, our bay, our rivers, our nature preserves, and particularly our upland habitat areas, which you have reminded us again and again are as important as our wetland areas to be protected. I don't have time to recount all your achievements of the past 8 years. There have been so many, and I have to leave time for the other commissioners to share somewhere along the line here. But I want to say I've learned a lot from you, Commissioner White, about governing, about statesmanship, about Robert's Rules of Order, and most importantly, about working together with colleagues in a nonpartisan manner toward common ground. And you've really helped us find our common ground time and again. One example of our cross-party partnership that I'm particularly proud of and especially happy with. We were able, working together before Commissioner Meyer and Cohen joined us here with the previous board, we snatched the Ag Mart site from the jaws of bulldozers and cement mixers. In 2019, the Ag Mart site came to us for rezoning that would have paved over its 800 acres in the rural area of Balm. And it came to us, notably, with the full support of staff, of the Planning Commission, of the zoning hearing master. It had the trifecta of recommendations for approvals, and all the comments from the agencies were full steam ahead. The development proposal was way out in the rural area, and it was to put nearly 1,600 houses on 40-foot wide lots with 5-foot setbacks, completely opposite of the goals and vision of the Balm Community Plan. It would have put 34,000 trips per day on the rural roads around Balm and all the way into Tampa, because those people would be commuting into their jobs, because there's not jobs for 1,600 houses full of people way out in the rural area of Balm. But Commissioner White, we worked as a tag team in saving this parcel from that terrible development proposal. I came loaded for bear that day, and so did you. We each put plenty of substantial arguments on the record, citing the comp plan policies, the variations from the design standards for the roads, and other pertinent details. Commissioner Overman, I believe you were talking about the schools, and Commissioner Kemp talked about a few things. So that we not only won a vote of denial from the board, but that board's denial was backed up by our substantive arguments and details. And so that board's denial was able to withstand the inevitable court challenge, thanks in no small measure to our legal department. Later, in an action that was win-win-win, the county was able to purchase the Ag Mart site and preserve it forever as a public nature preserve in our ELAP program. And that was a win for the landowner, and a win for our environment, and a win for future generations. The Ag Mart site is literally the missing link in a long chain of our preserves to the north and south of it. Now, if all it did was connect the two preserves immediately adjacent, the Balm Boyette and the Balm Scrub, into one large whole of 8,000 acres, why, that would be a marvelous thing. But it does much, much more than that. It connects all the county and state preserves to the north of Balm Boyette, to all the preserves we're putting together to the south of Balm Scrub. So it actually connects this huge corridor from the Alafia River all the way south to the Little Manatee River, and thereby hooks up all the lands that ELAP's preserving along both of those rivers. And it also protects the headwaters of Little Bullfrog Creek with the wetlands that run right through this linchpin connecting piece. So it's a marvelous thing, but there's only one thing wrong with the Ag Mart site. It's the name, Agmart, right? It's got no pizzazz. It's boring. And it doesn't say anything about the history of the site. This environmentally essential preserve would have 1,600 identical tract houses on it right now, forever blocking this critical wildlife corridor. If it had not been for the district commissioner, Commissioner White, who worked to bring this board to consensus, and it wasn't easy that day, to protect that site from development. So I'm going to make a motion to rename the Ag Mart property as the Stacy R. White Nature Preserve in recognition of Commissioner White's outstanding service to the citizens of Hillsborough County, to be effective December 1, 2022, and that date's to put us in compliance with our board policy 01.12.
Second. Is there any discussion?
And staff has a presentation. I don't know if we want to see the presentation and then take the vote.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's a great idea. Let's see that presentation. Who is it in person? Is it a video? Is it?
I think it was showing what the signage
okay.
would look like.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Excellent. So which color do you like the best?
I'm partial to that brown and white. I mean, we have so many of those that are nature preserves throughout the county. To me, that just speaks nature preserve. So
Excellent. Well, that's encouraging. That is exciting. That is absolutely terrific, to tell you the truth. And Commissioner Smith, thank you so much for pointing that out and making sure that we have good memory of all the amazing work that we've done and that you have led in this community. I'd like to invite...
We've got a little bit more presentation, I think.
Yep, we're still there.
So I'm not sure if Forrest wanted to speak to this as we're going through some of these slides.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, Bonnie. So this particular graphic shows the soils across the Agmart property, and also shows the restoration plan for the site as well. So the objective here is to restore the areas along the original headwaters of Bullfrog Creek. Those areas have been ditched and blocked over the years. So we already have a consultant on board to redesign the creek back to its natural route, which was probably back in the 1930s or 40s. Additionally, we are going to create some additional headwater wetlands around some of the bayheads on the site. We're also going to restore the uplands along the creek corridor through a combination of direct upland seeding and also planting a variety of shrubs, trees, and grasses. So the primary focus for the next 2 to 5 years will be restoring that corridor, and the remainder of the site will be placed in a longleaf pine plantation that will be thinned and harvested in probably 15 to 20 years. And the benefit of doing a pine plantation is really twofold. Number one, it keeps the exotic plants and grasses down throughout the site by shading a majority of that 200 acres. And then secondly, when we harvest, we'll do a selective thinning so that those longleaf pine will then be 20 years old, and we can supplement the understory at that time and then add to the already existing uplands that we've restored initially over the next 3 to 5 years. So we're very excited about the opportunity to restore both the wetland headwaters of Little Bullfrog Creek as well as the uplands on the site. And as you can see, both to the north and to kind of the southwest, you have the Bomboyette Scrub Preserve and the Balm Scrub Preserve. And as Commissioner Smith mentioned earlier, this really is the linchpin between not only those two sites, but also all of the preserves that connect in to the north and the south.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Forrest, for highlighting what will be in our future as a consequence of your good work. I'm going to ask a few other commissioners to speak, and then I believe our representative from...
You had a motion on the floor.
True. Do we... Oh, that's right.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Commissioner Smith made the second, and I withdrew my second and allow Commissioner Cohen to make the second on that motion. With that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Can we go to the representative from Congressman Scott Franklin's office, and then we'll go to commissioner comments? Okay. So with that, we do have someone who's representing Congressman Scott Franklin's office with a special message. Is the representative, and please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Alice Hunt, and I am here to represent Congressman Scott Franklin, whose district currently is 15, and we share many of the same constituents. Although he's in D.C. and could not be here, he wanted to be sure you were recognized for the work that you've done in the district. He did send a letter, if I may read it.
Please proceed.
Dear Commissioner White, it's my pleasure to congratulate you on your retirement from the Hillsborough County Board of Commissioners. For 8 years, you have served your constituents with honor and distinction. Thanks to your conservation and preservation efforts, families will make memories at places like Pebble Park and Little Manatee River. Workers will be safer on their commute thanks to your championing of several traffic enhancements. Children will safely go to school due to your creation of the Hillsborough Middle School Crossing Guard program. And curious citizens will learn new ideas in the renovated libraries you helped to build. While these material accomplishments are impressive, your 6 years serving as chaplain also undoubtedly had a profound impact on the spiritual life of your colleagues. Your success over the past 8 years is a testament to your kindness, compassion, and ability to build consensus. As a former Lakeland City Commissioner and Congressman, I know firsthand the importance of the last part. While this chapter in your life has come to a close, know that your work will live on in Hillsborough County for years to come. Generations of your constituents will live happier, safer, and healthier lives thanks to you. And as we say in the Navy, I wish you fair winds and following seas on your next adventure. On behalf of my Hillsborough County constituents, thank you and congratulations. Sincerely, C. Scott Franklin, Member of Congress.
That's great. That's great. Thank you very much. Would you like to present that? Yeah, I think a picture would be appropriate. Okay. You're going to get your exercise today, sir. I think. Okay, let's back up. She's not as tall as this.
Right.
One, two, three. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. As Commissioner White returns to his seat, if you would, commissioners, raise your hand and let me know if you'd like to offer some comments. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I made some comments at the EPC meeting the other day, and I don't want to repeat those now, but there were just 3 things I wanted to briefly say to Commissioner White. The first, and it is really along the lines of what I said last week, is how much I think all of us have appreciated that when we disagree, you are really always the person that makes a disagreement agreeable. And that is so important in today's environment, that people, even when the public doesn't expect us all to agree with one another all the time. A computer could do these jobs if that were the case. But what's important is when we do disagree, that we do so in a way that's respectful of one another and of one another's opinions. And nobody has exemplified that spirit as much as Commissioner White, and we certainly need more of that in public life today. And I think that it's a tremendous legacy that you leave that's very much, very meaningful to all of us. The second thing I wanted to say is that when I was on the Tampa City Council and I learned about doing land use cases, one of the things that really was very meaningful to me was to listen to the representatives of the districts that I was not elected from, so that I could understand the nuances and the details of the different proposals that were being put forth. And I have so appreciated, when we have dealt with District 4 land use decisions here, the encyclopedic knowledge and detail that you have brought to those discussions. You have illuminated things that would be difficult for people outside the community to understand, and made it a much more full record when we've had discussions of various different proposals. And I really have appreciated that tremendously. It's, I know for me, added to my understanding of the decisions that we've made. The final thing I'd like to say is that I have really appreciated your role as chaplain. I have felt that your prayers always started us off on the right foot in the morning. And I know that when you're trying to be thoughtful and say something different each week, it can get challenging when you have to do 50 prayers a year or so. And every one of them always managed to capture the moment, bring a bit of peace and tranquility to the moment, and start us off on the day on the right foot. And I really appreciate that. I look forward actually to seeing more of you, because as everyone knows, as commissioners, we are prevented by the sunshine laws from really talking to one another in a way that we won't be anymore. So I look forward with all of you to having much more candid and in-depth discussions about the issues that we face here at the County Commission. And I wish you all the best in the future.
Be careful what you wish for.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner White, would you like to respond, or before I acknowledge Commissioner Kemp?
Madam Chair, if it's okay, I would just like to respond to everyone at the end. I've written myself some notes here to keep myself on task.
Right now, it's on you, so I'm just letting you give you the grace of choosing how you want to handle this. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
I think Commissioner Myers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Myers. I apologize.
I didn't see that either.
I didn't see it either.
Somehow,
I'm not sure how that happened, but
Thank you,
Commissioner
Madam
Myers.
Chair. Commissioner White, one-of-a-kind gentleman. One-of-a-kind gentleman. But I'd just like to point out three things. Inspired invocation that we receive every other Wednesday. That sets the tone for our board meetings. And how you've always been inclusive of our staff, first responders, and the military. And just giving thanks for the reverence to our Lord and Savior. The second thing is working across the aisle. A true gentleman. I can remember March of last year when I brought up about the transportation tax. And your comments, I was sitting on the other side where Attorney Beck is sitting today. And when I brought up the tax and said that I had promised my constituents that I would bring it up back to the Board of County Commissioners if it didn't pass. And your comments to me were, Commissioner Myers, I'm going to support that, because it's not many people that stand in what they've told their constituents as a candidate, what they would do when they're in office. And I never forget those words that you shared with me. And the last thing, the Robert Rules of Order. Many times we were out of order, but you made sure we were in order to take care of the business of this board. And again, I say thank you. I truly enjoyed these 2 years working with you, and I look forward to working with you in the future because there are some items I do need to discuss with you, and it probably starts tomorrow. I'm just joking. But I give you a chance. But just thank you for being a true leader, a servant, a public servant, and understanding the need of this community and not afraid to speak and share with others as you cross the aisle. And many, I can remember one more, when you said about District 3, defining some monies for the sidewalks improvements from my districts. Little things, but very important things to me to improve District 3. And again, I say thank you. Going to miss you, but I know I will see you out in the community and looking forward to just having that conversation with you. And thanks again.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Kemp.
I'm glad so many people brought up the rules of order. I really appreciate your procedural sharpness and you know, as our unofficial parliamentarian here for the last 6 years, I'd say that's how long I've served with you. It's been great to watch and see as an example. So hopefully we can carry that on. And you know, I have been here for 6 years serving with you, and everything all the other commissioners have noted, I agree with it all. I know that over the years, we have been very opposed on some issues, but as most people said, we worked, most of the other commissioners said, that was something that, you know, we did not personally, but policy-wise, just came to our agreements or disagreements about those. And I can say that during the first 2 years, particularly because land use was extremely important to me, but I was nowhere near as adept as you are, but as Commissioner Smith, who I consider my trainer for like the decade or two before that, before I got on the board, nowhere near as adept at analyzing and bringing those issues forward. But I know that during those first 2 years, if there were 2 to 5 votes, which there were at times, it would be you and I. was at 2 to 5 on the losing side, mind you, for the first 2 years. And I appreciated that camaraderie and sharing a policy and understanding. And I grew by that as well, learning the district from you and Commissioner Smith is a constituent out there, to understand that area where so much was happening, as well as all the citizens who came here to educate us too. And I've just been, I know it's deeply held commitment on your part to the environment, of which you've beautifully laid out for us, to the ELAP program, I know is very important to you, and that you, I believe, did you attend yourself before? I know that you've sent your aide, Megan, to be there, and I think to take your place, because you can get pretty filled with meetings as a commissioner.
Yeah, I was always, if I may respond, I was always a little unsure of a commissioner sitting on the ELAP General Committee, but I asked Megan a number of years ago if she would sit on it, and she obliged. So yes, I've always proudly had a representative from my office on the committee.
And I thought that was just excellent to preserve that. And I know that through you and Commissioner Smith's long commitments have made the ELAP program what it is, which is, as I understand, as a county, we have more land preserved in ELAP than any other county in the Southeast as county environmentally protected land, not federal lands like the Everglades or anything like that. But that is something to be proud of as well, the thoughtful and very deliberate way that that's been done, as Commissioner Smith talks about connecting those wildlife corridors. And really, I think there's maybe not been quite the appreciation for the work that it takes to research, plan, look, coordinate. And so I think that's so appropriate today that the Ag Mart land, soon to be, I guess, the Stacy White Preserve, was given as a legacy. And you have many legacies that you've left here in these 8 years, in protecting and preserving the rural and agricultural areas in our county, in being really attentive and thoughtful about placemaking, and the importance of that, and understanding and knowing that. And I'll just say it's been a pleasure to serve with you and to work together, and I'll miss you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'm not seeing a hand raised from Commissioner Higgins, so he's not here. Okay. I just want to say how much I have truly appreciated serving with you, sir. There have been times where we disagreed, that's for sure. And yes, I absolutely, completely depended on you for the Roberts rules. Having an opportunity to shadow as vice chair for 2 years, Commissioner Miller, when he was here, and I got an idea of how to conduct a meeting, but having always to have you to rely on to make sure that we followed the appropriate protocol was such a resource for someone who sits in this chair. It is critically important that we're able to do business and do business well, and knowing that I had you by my side to help that process move forward was enormously helpful. Watching your passion not only for your communities, but also for the environment was an interesting surprise from when I came from the outside reading what we see in the paper versus being on this side of the dais and listening to the passion that you had in addressing some of the challenges that this board, or I experienced when I came on in 2018. When I first learned that, 2 houses per acre was rural, I about lost my mind. And found that was something that I could not imagine. And you being here and understanding kind of how we got here and explaining what that looked like to communities such as Waimama and Baum, the WBR2, and agreeing to take a pause, to take a look at how we were addressing our growth and how we would be able to address not only the projections we were seeing in the way of growth, which are now highly under count, given how many people have moved to Hillsborough County, but to take the time to say it makes sense to take a pause, to listen to our community before we adopt any future rules, but also to recognize how important it is to recognize what we were unable to change, what this board has inherited as entitlements that we had to address, and how to go about making good sense of it. You were able to bring that to the conversation and to make sure that not only our new board members were trying to decipher that, but also in working with the communities to help them understand some things we can't change and some things we can. And supporting taking the time to really identify where we could was really taking a big risk. Taking the position of we're going to stop growth for a while. When we were growing so rapidly in our community, took some courage to do. And while we didn't really stop growth, we still moved things forward. You was helped support taking a pause and really looking at how we grew over time. And that, as I said, takes courage. supporting the infrastructure financially to be able to address our growth, and to make sure that we were dealing with, supporting a fee structure for that growth. Commissioner Kemp had been speaking about it for quite a long time, but helping come to reality on why that was important was a very strong partnership in helping people understand why that growth was needed to be addressed. I appreciate opening the meeting with you. You, as was said earlier, you set the tone. You helped us set the tone. And you helped us recognize the important things in our community and our families. I appreciate you introducing me in many ways to the agricultural community of our county. Having an opportunity to go to the state fairs, the Hillsborough Fair, and to participate in the rural community in an important way of addressing the wealth that is in our agricultural community. The work that we have started but not yet finished when it comes to transfer of development rights, to respect the legacy of our agricultural families in order to make sure that they are able to preserve that land for agricultural economics, is a critical part of how we plan long-term for how Hillsborough grows. So I hope that that work can be continued, and I thank you for spearheading that effort. And I think it will make a big difference to our rural families. Having the pleasure of supporting the Bull Awards, which actually most of the award winners were women that are going into agriculture, was such a pleasure, and being invited to do that as a consequence of your involvement in your district in agriculture is commendable. So I truly have appreciated all that you've done. I want to say thank you to your staff. As many of you know, I've had absolutely the most amazing staff join my office only to get stolen and go somewhere else. And part of the reason I think they were so amazing is because when they hit the floor running, your staff, and thank you, we're always there to help them and get their feet wet, figure out where things are, and how to help constituents move forward on any of the issues that each of our offices address on a daily basis, dealing with the various different divisions, with the clerk's office, with the social services office, with our executive teams. Your office really helped my staff and staffs really excel at what they do as a consequence of the work that you've done for the legislative team that supports each of our offices. And so for that, I want to say thank you to you, and thank you for making them available and allowing them to be great assets to the residents of Hillsborough County. So with that, I will ask you to offer some words and try not to make all of us cry. And thank you so much for the work that you've done.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm going to try to keep it together. I do have a soft side. The newest Publix Thanksgiving commercial has already gotten me. I told my wife, I said, honey, I'm just going to have to bring it up on the computer and show it to you. I can't tell you about it. I'm going to get choked up. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues and staff, because I know staff has played a role in this, for the tremendous honor of having this nature preserve named for me. My mom and dad raised me with a conservation-minded ethic. I can't wait to give them a call after this meeting and let them know about this honor. Of course, I'll thank my wife and all three of my kids for their support. One of my kids in particular, whose name is also Megan, has decided to pursue a career in conservation. She's a junior at the University of Florida pursuing a wildlife ecology and conservation degree. So I especially can't wait to tell her about this. Ed Sherwood, I appreciate you being here. It's been just a tremendous honor to serve on the Tampa Bay Estuary Program Policy Board. That is very much a nonpartisan, scientifically oriented board, no sort of agenda over there. They're just really working hard for the health of our Tampa Bay estuary. Please send Commissioner Justice my regards. It's been an honor to serve alongside him. He is chair for many years and myself as vice chair for many years. Alice with Congressman Franklin's office, it was such a pleasant surprise to have her here today and to be presented with that very nice letter from the congressman, and I do send him my regards. Luann, Rick Van Arsdal, and all the clerk staff that make these meetings happen and keep us on task and make sure that we have a proper record. Luann, everything you've done to support me through the years and everything that you juggle with the outside boards and whatnot, just a sincere thank you to the clerk staff. Beyond that, I'll start with my colleagues on the commission. Commissioner Myers, I think having board members with diverse backgrounds and skill sets is important. I appreciate that you're a former staff member and the institutional knowledge that you bring to the table. The rest of us sometimes get a peek behind the curtain, but you've lived a professional life behind the curtain, and you really know those inner workings of the county. You're passionate, you're a watchdog for your district, and I just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Commissioner Overman, you're passionate about your agenda, particularly as it relates to affordable housing. You've achieved much. Becoming chair during your first term is noteworthy. I know you'll enjoy the quality time that you'll spend with your grandson, and I wish you the very best in the future. Commissioner Smith, I'm going to skip over you for a moment. I'm going to move along to Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen, I appreciate your intellect and dedication to good public policy. I appreciate that you are a real policy wonk. I also appreciate your level-headedness and the fact that you always reserve the right to finalize your decision in the boardroom based upon what you hear from your fellow commissioners, from staff, and from the public. Thank you for all the hard work that you do as a commissioner. Commissioner Kemp, I appreciate your passion for your agenda, particularly as it relates to transportation. You always study the issues and are well prepared when you make comments and when you debate at the board meetings. I encourage you to maintain that passion and continue doing what you're doing. Commissioner Smith, last but certainly not least, I asked my staff to print a couple of articles for me. In some ways, and in the end, you'll know why I say in some ways, I liken our friendship to that between the late Supreme Court Justices Antonin Scalia and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I'm holding in my hand an article that's titled, "What We Can Learn from Antonin Scalia and Ruth Bader Ginsburg's Friendship." And I've highlighted a few things from this article. I'm just going to read a couple of highlighted excerpts. They respected each other and understood that though they had different approaches, they were both dedicated to the Constitution, the court, and the country. In nearly 40 years of working together, Scalia and Ginsburg traded barbs in their opinions quite a few times, but they knew how to debate and attack ideas rather than individuals and took their disagreements in stride. That's an important legacy and something we should all strive for, particularly at a time when American society is becoming increasingly polarized. Justice Scalia once mentioned that he had 24 roses to deliver to Ginsburg for her birthday, a tradition that had gone back many years. Someone remarked, "What good have all these roses done for you? Name one 5-4 case of any significance where you got Justice Ginsburg's vote." And his reply was, "Some things are more important than votes." A couple of other tidbits here. In an era of increasingly bitter partisan enmity, The odd coupling of Ginsburg and Scalia may be viewed as an anachronism, but many cited it as a signal of hope. Scalia once said of Ginsburg, "What's not to like, except her views on the law?" To sum up their friendship, Ginsburg said of Scalia, "I attack ideas. I don't attack people. Some good people have some very bad ideas." How blessed I was, she wrote, to have a working colleague and dear friend of such captivating brilliance, high spirits, and quick wit. Justice Ginsburg said that of Justice Scalia, but Commissioner Smith, I say that of you. I use this example of our friendship despite our partisan differences, but what makes us different than those Supreme Court justices is our alignment on key issues of local importance that are nonpartisan in nature. I'm a student of local politics in Hillsborough County. Your name has been a household name in South Hillsborough County political matters for decades, particularly on those issues involving the environment and growth management. So, Commissioner Smith, I appreciate your dedicated service to this community. I do wish you all the best. It is just absolutely humbling and flattering to me that you brought forth this motion to name that nature preserve in my honor. Bonnie, Christine, Peggy, Janet with the EPC. I'm not going to mention your staff members by name because I want to thank them all, and we'd be here all day if I did that. But just know that what I'm going to say to these four ladies extends to their team as well. Bonnie, I appreciate your background in finance. The budgeting and the finance in this county is just of such utter importance. You brought a steady hand and level-headedness to this county as administrator, and it's just in great hands. I know it's in great hands as I move forward in my next chapter. Christine, I want to thank you also for being a steady hand, for the quality legal work that you provide to this board. Peggy, your objective approach to auditing that's free of any agenda is much appreciated. You do fine work. And Janet, I appreciate the friendship that we've developed, and I appreciate your steady hand over at EPC. You're doing a phenomenal job. To my legislative aides, Megan and David, you cannot be a successful commissioner without a great team. It's me that gets the credit for our office's outstanding constituent work when people run into me at places like Publix. But Megan and David, it is not lost on me that you deserve all the credit for this. Hillsborough County has approximately 1.5 million residents. District 4 is, geographically speaking, the largest district because it has the lowest population density. The only incorporated area in District 4 is Plant City. For these reasons, the District 4 office is the busiest office on the second floor. Megan and David have served a diverse constituency spanning the Pasco, Polk, and Manatee County lines, and they've done yeoman's work in doing so. They've also kept me on task, helped me know where to be and when, and served as trusted, capable policy and political advisors. Megan, enjoy your lovely new home. I wish you all the best in your new role with the county. David, enjoy your beautiful family, and I wish you continued success in the District 4 office. Audie Canny is in the audience. Audie and I go way back at this point. She has been a very, very capable political and policy advisor to me. She has started up a successful firm, AIM Consulting. Audie, you're probably not going to miss those hour-long conversations in the morning from 8 to 9 as I'm driving in the county center anytime I'm heading into County Center and I know there's a contentious issue on the agenda, I'm on the phone with Audie. I'm trading notes. I'm getting strategy advice. I just want to make sure that I'm prepared and am able to say and do the right things. Because let's face it, being an elected official and this fishbowl, as one of my former colleagues used to like to say, it's tough work. Audie, I first met you when I was involved in some growth management issues way back when you were here on the second floor, and you were kind enough to take my phone call and talk to me about running for elected office. And you've helped me along for many years, just as a friend, just pro bono. We were together for that first run for the school board. That was a successful run, 2010 to 2014. By the time I got around to running for the county commission, you were up and running with your firm at that point, and we teamed up, and just appreciate everything that you've done along the way. You and others in our circle are big reasons that I'm sitting here at this dais today giving this goodbye. I will close by saying that it has been an absolute honor to serve this community. I'm grateful for all the people that I've met along the way. Conservation is obviously my key issue, but I'm proud of some other accomplishments that I've achieved along the way. That middle school crossing guard initiative is a big one. I know that we've saved some lives for middle school kids for many years to come, thanks to that. A couple commissioners mentioned WVR2 and RP2. That was absolutely the right thing to do. And Bonnie and her staff in the upcoming years might just find that as this real estate market begins to shift, that we just might be thankful that we're not tremendously over-inventoried with homes in our suburban areas. So I'll close with that. Thank you all so much. It's been a tremendous honor.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Thank you for everything you've done. You and your family have given so much to the residents of Hillsborough County, and I'm happy that you'll have a little more time with your family to spend with them, and I do wish you continued success with your pharmacy practice and whatever else your future holds. I'm sure you're going to be greatly missed, but I'm sure we're going to see you around. So I truly want to say thank you for everything that you've done. And we will be taking photos of, I think, that everyone, if you'd like to do that now or want to, just in case not everybody can stay. How do you want to do that?
I think we were going to do it after.
All together.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Mariella Smith, our Vice Chair, a fourth-generation county, Hillsborough County native. Commissioner Smith has been long involved in protecting our community's character and environment. Elected in 2018, she's worked to tackle housing costs, housing issues, growth issues, stopping urban sprawl, ensuring smart growth, and provided much more information and background on why transit became important and an important option as far as we grew. I want to say how much I appreciate that well before you got elected, I got an opportunity to listen to your advocacy, to your passion for a part of the county at the time when 20 years ago, or however long we've known each other, it seems, you would help me understand the surrounding county's issues. And you've been such a strong advocate for community plans and listening to the people and where they live, that you taught me a great deal about how easy and how important it is to listen to your neighbors and then speak up and reach out to those that are in responsible power to address the challenges that need to be addressed, that government actually only has that role in some ways. So I learned a great deal before we got here from you, and I'm continuing every day to learn more from you. That is one of the reasons why I was so pleased that both of us were running. I remember the first day we attended a if you're going to run class, and I walked in and I saw you sitting at the end of the table, and I'm like, oh dear, oh wonderful, oh yay, what, where are we going here? Only to find out that we were going to run into separate districts, but we were having an opportunity, if we were both successful, to work together on behalf of Hillsborough County residents. So that was a real treat. That was interesting too. But with that, I'd like to ask Commissioner Cohen to offer your comments, and I'll then ask any as we go around the table.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner White, your words earlier were really beautiful and are difficult to top. But I want to just share this about Commissioner Smith. When I first got elected and found myself on the Tampa Bay Water Board, I went to the first meeting, and the board fired the executive director, and I found out that there was a major water crisis in South County, and that there was not enough actual delivery infrastructure to keep the water pressure up and keep the homes in South County supplied with reliable drinking water. And I remember driving back from the meeting, and I called my predecessor, Sandy Merman, on the phone. And I said, I have just come from my first Tampa Bay Water meeting, and this is just really overwhelming. And she laughed, and she said, don't worry about it. Mariella knows exactly what she's doing. Just listen to what she says. Truer words were never spoken. What I want to tell you all about today is what hasn't taken place in this boardroom, but what took place at Tampa Bay Water, which is the exact same thing that you saw from Commissioner Smith at every one of our meetings. The level of preparation and her level of knowledge about the water issues facing this county were absolutely unprecedented. And the people of this county owe her a tremendous debt of gratitude for bird-dogging the issues in South County until they were adequately addressed by Tampa Bay Water, and it would not have happened without her advocacy. She was able to sit there at that dais and explain to the Pinellas and Pasco representatives what it is like to turn on your shower and have a little bit of water trickle out. And they really were able to visualize the problem because Commissioner Smith was able to articulate it for them. And I cannot emphasize enough the attention to detail and the level of preparation that Commissioner Smith has put into everything that she has done on this board. I have served with a lot of people on a lot of boards over the years, and not everybody does their homework as well as everybody else. Commissioner Smith, however, never came to a meeting not loaded for bear, ready to go to work, ready to make her arguments. And one of the things that I have most appreciated about her over the time that we have served together is that she makes coherent, intelligent arguments, and she has been able to change my mind about something that I came in thinking one way about, and I actually turned and was able to pivot and see it from her point of view. Sometimes I wouldn't vote along with her, sometimes I would, but always the well-reasoned argument, the facts, the preparation, and as citizens, we just absolutely have to appreciate when public servants put that type of effort into their performance. And I just want you to know that I consider your performance as a commissioner to just be inspiring and something that I really think of as an inspiration for myself in the way that I want to tackle issues. And I really look forward in the years ahead to hearing from you regularly when there are issues that come up on which you want to weigh in.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized. Commissioner Myers, you were in the queue. Did you come back out? Okay, great. Okay, great. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Yes. Tampa Bay Water. I spent a year on Tampa Bay Water, and I was so grateful when Commissioner Smith was willing to get onto the Tampa Bay Water Board. And it is not, and that's, when I was there, it was meetings every other month. And it shortly went into meetings every month, as well as retreats and special, all kinds of things. But I know that we have, having a representative really representing Hillsborough County's interests on Tampa Bay Water has always been an incredible challenge. Actually, it's one of the, I remember when I first went on to Tampa Bay Water, Sandy Berman thanked me for getting on to Tampa Bay Water because she knew it's an especially hard task. But as you say, Commissioner Cohen, it is just hard to think of anyone that could be as prepared and comprehensive. And the research, I know I've talked to Commissioner Smith on a Saturday afternoon or something, and she's like, I've got to be here all day doing this, She was preparing for land use or whatever else, and she is relentless in her hard work. You don't come to meetings that prepared without spending endless amounts of time really going through everything before you. And I'll say that, I was thinking about what to write today, and this has come fast, and I truly had serious writer's block and difficulty. I feel a true loss at losing 2 commissioners today that I didn't expect to lose, and thinking that this would be the last time serving on the dais together. And even my printer would not print off any comments this morning. It was also not cooperating and refusing to come along. But I never expected this to be our last meeting. We didn't quite have as much time for the goodbye as we have had for Commissioner White to kind of prepare as properly the farewell for each of you. Commissioner Smith and Overman, I miss you. I will miss you. I miss you more than I can say. And Commissioner Smith, I'll just say, over the decades, as I worked here for an aide for Kathy Castor back in 2003 to 2006, when I first saw you, I know I have always thought and consider you to be the most effective activist in Hillsborough County. It went on, it's been 4 decades, doing incredible work on behalf of this county, before you were even a commissioner, and then as a commissioner, protecting our environment, spending endless days working on our ELAP program. You've chaired our Environmental Protection Commission now for several years. You've done an excellent job. You chaired HART during really difficult times. You've served on Tampa Bay Water, which in itself gets 10 gold stars. You've poured over, analyzed, and educated us all. And this is before you were a commissioner, too. But you educated us all on land use. But particularly for the last 4 years, and I don't think I speak for myself here, except for commissioners who maybe have been here for 2 years, I know that I can maybe be a little less careful about going over every issue in the land use agenda, because I know that I can wait for Commissioner Smith's analysis. I wait for you to speak, rely on you, because I know without fail, you've done an incredible homework when it comes to land use, and that you have set that issue out in a way that it would be very difficult, in my mind, for me to ever disagree with any issue. I think we've had our differences just a couple times, any issue that you brought before us on land use. I also know that as an activist, you worked on a plan for building trails throughout South County, first becoming involved in the Greenways Master Plan in 1995. 1995. And you have worked on that plan for decades. And even when I first became a commissioner here, a few years preceding you, one of the first items you contacted me about was getting the building of the South Coast Greenways Plan moving. It had kind of been dormant. We didn't have anybody at the county even working on it. And I went to a conference that Commissioner Smith told me about, all the other counties around who had 1, 2, 3 staff, had robust programs that they were doing for building trails, for developing trails, for working on trails. And as far as I could tell, at that conference, when Hillsborough County presented, we had very little to say about anything that we had been engaged in for many years. But you called up, you pushed me to move forward on that since becoming a commissioner. You've been following the plan very, very closely, among other issues that you've followed. I know that you've dedicated funding to the Greenways year after year, and special items to recognize those. And today, I really want to recognize your decades of work on building, developing, watching the South Coast Greenway in particular. And I'd like to move at this time that the South Coast Greenway Trail from Williams Park south to the Manatee County line be named the Mariella Smith Trail. Again, starting at Williams Park, going south to the Manatee County line, and that be effective December 1st, 2022.
Second.
All right, you're going to make me cry, okay? For you, I'm crying for you. We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, a second by Commissioner White, and I think that's just an absolutely stellar idea. So with that, please take a roll call vote. Wait. Do you want to make comment on her motion?
Mm-hmm.
Just to her motion. I was going to let you talk about it, so I'm...
It comes as a big surprise to me, but as I try to process this, I wonder if it could be named the Mariella Johns Smith Trail in honor of my maiden name for my family.
Let me amend. Okay. And since we couldn't talk about this, and I wouldn't know what properly that would be, I took a guess at Mariella Smith, but let's go for Mariella Johns Smith Trail.
And the second to the motion has no objection.
Excellent. Is there any discussion? Other than I think that's fabulous, and it's certainly well-deserved. It absolutely is well-deserved. So clerk, can you do a roll call vote for us?
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes, thank you.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Commissioner Kemp, did you have anything further?
No, I'll have to talk to her as I process this for the next many years.
I truly understand. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Smith, one word come to mind, knowledgeable. Of all our meetings, and as the young folks will say, you will come to the meeting fully loaded and taking no prisoners. Taking no prisoners. And one of the things that I admire the most about you in our meetings, when you knew you were right and would stand the task, you begin to use your hands to express that I'm not going no one else's way. It's Commissioner Smith's way today. And also how you chaired our EPC meetings. 9 o'clock, you look around, it's 9 o'clock, call a meeting to order. And that's what a good leader does. When the meeting's supposed to start at 9, we're supposed to start at 9. And I thank you for that. And on our land use, you gave me so many teachable moments, and to this board. In particular, I'm going to call Commissioner Coyne, because there were teachable moments, how you would respond and answer questions. And when we would have public hearings, you was just so knowledgeable of, when it comes to land use, the amendments in all, a lengthy conversation that you would share. But when you listened to what you were saying, it made sense. And the one I can remember very well that we were talking about was, I want to say it was out in the northwest part of the county, and it was regarding the flooding near the Publix. And you were for the Publix, and I'm saying, well, how did we build all these other complexes around where it was flooding? And then the night we come in and say, no, let's not build, and we had a disagreement, but it passed. And the beauty of it, when we can all disagree and could agree after the meetings, we didn't talk about it, but we said a good meeting. Yeah. And that's what we should be about. And the last thing I want to just share, because this one reflects Commissioner Kemp, Commissioner Overman, and you, Commissioner Smith. When I presented the transportation tax, and I was really trying to get you all to come on board to reduce the HART funding, and I could not get you three ladies to bite. I really couldn't. It was 45%. Was trying to bring it down, and man, you were hitting the desk over there. It was like, no, it's going to be 45%. And so I think of those things, and you really stuck to what you believe in, and I appreciate that. And thank you for your leadership, and I enjoyed working with you. Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had structured my farewell comments such that I addressed every member of the board, so I'll just say to both you, Commissioner Overman, and you, Commissioner Smith, ditto to what I've said before, and I just wish you both the absolute best. I look forward to keeping in touch with you. And Commissioner Smith, I just want to reiterate what I said before, that in political circles in South County, you're a household name because of your work as an activist for all those years. So that trail naming is a well-deserved honor, and I'm glad that we had an opportunity to do that as a board.
That's awesome. Oh, this is going to be interesting. We came in together and we're leaving together. Commissioner Smith, you have been such a force for this county in many, many ways. Not only are you passionate about our environment, about our land use, our growth, our communities, your leadership in the area of land use wasn't just about what do we do with the land and how do we make it happen. It was such a partnership with the communities and with our land use development staff to really look at the process so that residents had the opportunity to participate, so that this board could hear what was important to the residents, that we weren't sitting on some pedestal making a decision about what was going to happen to somebody's community. You looked at the whole process and have continually made recommendations and gotten support from the board and from our development staff. I'm not sure what Adam Gormley is going to do without you being here, nor Joanna, Lundgren. I mean, the development staff has had to really listen to what you've brought to the table for all of us to understand how to be good leaders when it comes to how we grow and how we have our community participate in that process and have their voices heard. That is governing. and that is leadership. And you've brought that to the table in such a way that it wasn't really obvious to the casual observer that that's what was happening, but you changed the way Hillsborough County operates with its community and how it grows and how that dialogue occurs. You know, I did it in different ways, but in different areas in which we operate, but you definitely did that. And your work in the environment area, the support that when I brought forward the desire to protect the USF preserve that had never been identified, having ELAP be a resource in helping us get that property ranked so that it's protected. You know, all of the things and the knowledge that you brought to the table are representative of the hard work that not only you have done for decades, but that you've continued to do as a commissioner representing county-wide. Our roles, yours, Commissioner Kemp's, and mine, we serve the entire county in partnership with our districts. And you brought not only an understanding of that in working with Commissioner Myers and working with Commissioner Cohen, working with Commissioner White, but also how it would impact our overall community was evident in much of the work that you've done. And while I'm sorry to see us both leaving, we're not going anywhere. So the good news is I'll have an opportunity to really talk about more ideas that we weren't able to do given sunshine. And that was a stunning, stunning experience when we both got on here. It was like, wait, now we can't talk to each other except for on the dais. And what I've appreciated is your support as a vice chair. I got a chance to serve vice chair 2 years, and having someone in your corner when you have to be everywhere, doing everything, being everywhere, and being in as many boards that I chose to get on was what it meant was that I needed to know that you were there to help, and to be a representative of the county as a whole, and you've done it well. So thank you so very much. Your staff, by the way, are rock solid and amazing, and none of them deserve kind of what is suddenly upon us by any stretch. But I would tell you, your team are some of the most talented folks I've met. You picked wisely. You hung on to them, which I can't say. But both of you have been absolutely amazing, and I thank you for the support that you've given our staff too. With that, I will hand the gavel over and allow you to speak, and then allow you to take the meeting.
Well, I know the meeting's gone long, and we're saying goodbye to more commissioners than we planned on at this meeting. So I'm going to try not to go too long, but I need to thank you all for the honor of naming the South Coast Greenway Trail for me. I have worked on that since 1995, and John Patrick can attest to that. That's a beautiful gift, and I really appreciate that very much from all of you. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve this county's citizens as a county commissioner, and it's been wonderful working together with my fellow commissioners. It's been inspirational working together with the administration and the staff of this county. Hillsborough County's government, as Commissioner White was saying, and as we all know, is run by amazing people who are dedicated to serving our citizens and passionate about their charge. In every department, across the board, from top to bottom, it has truly been a privilege working with the people who keep this county going in good times or in hard times, in pandemics or in hurricanes, when in the lean years and the fat years, this county is run by amazing people. No matter who's here at the dais, we are in very good hands with the people who really do the work of this county. You know, I knew a lot of county staff before I got here in a different way than Commissioner Myers. But I was always calling Adam Gormley and Brian Grady about development issues before I got here. When Adam was in the legal department, I was asking about legal questions about what can the citizens do and not do. And a couple of times we've laughed about, aren't you glad you treated me well as a citizen in those times? I have history with EPC as well, and ELAP, Forest, and the people there. And so I know them from both sides of this dais. And I know these people, as Commissioner Myers does, shaking her head wisely over there, to be dedicated to serving our county. You know, I'm glad that we are leaving I'm leaving this county when we have such a good administrator, good legal department. I want to thank you all, Bonnie Wise, for just understanding how to work with a board in a transparent, open manner that gives respect to the commissioners, as well as understanding and bringing in the needs of our constituents. I mean, you're like the vector of all of that, but certainly all the staff and your chiefs that work in all the departments. I'm not going to start naming them all, but we are very blessed here in this county for your work and your leadership and your representation of us. I see you out a lot of times representing and speaking for the county in pandemics, in hurricanes, and we are always very well served by you and your department. And Christine Beck, I want to thank you and your entire staff who has really had your hands full as this board has kind of changed directions in some important ways, and had to help defend that legally and successfully and smartly and creatively, and been very helpful in keeping me out of trouble, even when I was trying hard to get into trouble. And insisting that you let me get into trouble. No, you've saved us and done your job very well, and I couldn't be more grateful. Commissioner White thanked a lot of people, and especially Luann. When I first came on this board, and I didn't know how to be a commissioner, really, Luann helped me so much and welcomed me here to my role and to my office, and then since then has been a smiling face in the hallway and helping with so many of the nuts and bolts of how things work here. And I couldn't be more grateful for your help all these years and everything you've done for us. Certainly, I want to give special thanks to my aides, and they're here in the back. They have been instrumental to my success. David Young and Amanda Brown. I could not have been half as effective as a commissioner without them. And all these compliments I'm getting today about how well prepared I always am is because of them in large part, and because of them anticipating where we're going. I would come into the office and say, or call them on a team call and say, okay, we need to be doing this, this, and this. And they're like, we're already doing it. We already started that. wherever they land, they're going to be, whoever ends up with them is going to be very, very fortunate to get either one of them working together with you. And I'm very fortunate. And I don't feel like I chose them. I feel like I was blessed with them, to tell you the truth. Of course, I have to thank my husband, Trey, because he's been a big support, and it takes a lot to, and I see some head nodding of the married commissioners. It takes a lot to support a commissioner from home, and my husband has always been there through campaigning, through commissionering, through the night meetings, and been a big help. But this has been a great board. As you know, I've been involved in county issues for a long, long time, decades, since 1995 apparently, or actually before. And I've seen a lot of boards. I've worked with a lot of commissioners. I've worked with commissioners' aides as a constituent. And this board I'm leaving has been one of the best, if not the best, in terms of some of the things that we've talked about today, of being able to work together even across our differences. And they're not always partisan differences. Sometimes it's just difference of perspective or what we think should be done, and we've been able to work across that. And at the end of every meeting, as Commissioner Myers say, it's a good meeting. Even if we were, wrestling with tough 4-3 votes, it was a good meeting. It was a good meeting because we grew together in a way to not be attacking each other's personally, but just the court of ideas. It's been a shining example of good people working together, keeping the principles and policy in focus without attacking each other. And it's been a board full of people doing their homework and being prepared. Everybody on this board has been doing their homework and being prepared in ways that not all boards do. When we didn't change each other's mind, we voted, and democracy happened. And then we went on to the next issue. And, Commissioner Cohen, I learned a lot from you about discussing issues. When you first came on the board, I realized, oh, this is somebody I'm going to watch. The way you chaired the MPO board through some tricky, controversial issues, and managed to keep it light, even when people were arguing, and keep it and moving on. And Commissioner Myers, I've learned a lot from you as well, and the way that you have allowed us to evolve and grow in our relationship, our working relationship, and allowed me to understand what you bring to this board and what you're thinking, and listen to me. You've taught me a lot about listening. And Commissioner Kemp, you and I were working together for a long, long time before we were working together here. And we're just going to be friends, whether we're here or there or whatever, but we've been allies. I've learned an awful lot from you. I've come in, as Commissioner Cohen says, thinking I'm going to vote one way, and then I hear you, or any of you. And I've tried to always be open to changing the mind and coming together in consensus and building some kind of a motion that, okay, if the motion's going this way, can I make an amendment to make it something we can all agree on? And we've all been able to do that. I feel like as we transition off this board, and I have some remarks about you, Commissioner Overman, that I'll reserve for your turn in the spotlight here and Commissioner White. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you. It's been a pleasure. But I feel like we have all accomplished a lot of good across a broad range of issues that this county deals with in my term in office. And I hope that you all are as proud of that as I am. I was a community activist for decades before I ever thought about becoming a commissioner. And as I've been saying lately, I've been promoted to activist again. But now I have all your phone numbers. Your phone numbers. So this is not goodbye. It's just see you later.
Thank you. I agree. Yes, we do have everybody's phone number. That does come into play. And thank you, Commissioner Smith. You have been amazing. And with that, I will hand the gavel to you, I believe. Now that you've offered your thoughts. And start crying immediately, so I'll just wait for you. But go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it is now our turn to recognize you. Elected in 2018, Commissioner Kimberly Overman is a longtime advocate of smart planning, economic growth, strong families, sustainable communities, and education. As a commissioner, she has worked to create more affordable housing and combat human trafficking. Those are just two of her passions while serving on the board. So I'm going to take a break early on here and ask if any of our fellow commissioners would like to speak at this time. Starting with Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'll go next.
Well, as I said prior, it's shocking for me to lose both of you, and you both have great resiliency. And it's been a wonderful morning this morning, and I very much appreciate that. Commissioner Overman, your legacy is great in affordable housing. In the last year, you've done a tremendous job chairing the meetings and leading this commission. I can say, and I'm sure that this would be true historically if we could talk to everyone who's ever been here, I can say that this county has never had a commissioner that was a greater champion of affordable housing than you have been, unparalleled. You were quite clear. I know I talked to you before you ever became a commissioner, and you said that what you really wanted was to be on the Affordable Housing Committee, which before you were on it, met for 20 minutes, and as I understand, and we didn't even have a set aside fund until you and Commissioner Smith joined us on the board, and we were able to do the HOPE Affordable Housing Fund. But you quickly went to work when you got on that committee, transforming that committee. I know that over the past 4 years, you have looked in every nook and cranny in Hillsborough County. You've turned over every rock. You have looked at every square inch of property in this county that is not inundated with water. To look for a place where we could build affordable housing, where we could create housing to make sure that people in this county, families, had a place that they could lay their heads at night, had a home. The number one most important thing, I think, for any person, any family, we have to think of that first. And as well, you never stop thinking about transit-oriented development, places where people might live, and that they can also be served by transit so that they can live more affordably. And as well, you've taken a lead in addressing the crisis of the moment so frequently with affordable housing, with dealing with evictions and this homelessness that we have now, and human trafficking. I greatly admire your grit and your determination so much, and you are going to be very missed here. I'd also like to recognize your legacy here in some way, and again, we didn't have a lot of ways to think about that, but I'd just like to put your attention to B1 that we passed today, financing plan involving the issuance of, by the Hillsborough County Housing Finance Authority, of the single-family mortgage revenue bonds, and the bonds are going to be used to provide low-interest mortgages for eligible first-time home buyers, and will include down payment assistance. And I know that that is so important to you, that people have a place to live that they can afford. And I'd like to move to have that program named as the Kimberly Overman Down Payment Assistance Program. And I'd like to make that effective by, so we can pay attention to the rules here, to be effective as of December 1st, 2022.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that we'll go ahead and dispose of before we get any further. I just want to say I'm thrilled to support that motion, and it's certainly a very fitting honor in honor of all your work that Commissioner Kemp explained so well, including the grit and determination for affordable housing. So does anyone want to speak to the motion, or are these people in the queue for the farewell?
I'd like to speak to the motion. if that's
Commissioner
okay.
Overman, you're recognized.
That is amazing, because the first appointment I've ever had to government involvement was when Phyllis Buzansky, the commissioner at the time, appointed me to the Housing Finance Authority that is issuing this and working with this down payment assistance program. And that's where I met our current county administrator. My first opportunity to really serve as a volunteer was in this area. So I'm going to say thank you without crying. But thank you so very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Overman. And with anything to the motion? Seeing none, I guess we're still taking a roll call vote, even though we're all here. Okay, roll call vote.
Overman?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And I've still got the gavel. So
She's not used to that.
yes, Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kemp, thank you so much for that. Both your thoughtfulness in your two motions for these two outgoing commissioners is really wonderful. It's wonderful that we've been able to do this today. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said about Commissioner Overman's passion for affordable housing. I want to hearken back for a moment to the first time that I met Kimberly Overman. Or maybe we had met before, but the first time I really got to know her in any depth. It was when I was on the city council and she became the chair of the Budget Advisory Committee for the city. And when I was on the council, I served as the finance chair, and we had this Budget Advisory Committee. And for the first couple years when I was there, we didn't really hear much from them. And it just, I don't know, they did their business and made their recommendations to the council, but it was fairly perfunctory. And at some point, Kimberly Overman became the chair of the committee, and she made an appointment to come see me at my office. And she came in with the budget book, and it was absolutely covered with Post-it notes and highlights, and she had gone through the entire budget and had identified all sorts of areas that the city needed to look at for additional savings. And her presentation was so comprehensive. I'll never forget this. I actually made an appointment to go see the mayor and take him the information, and he was not really used to that kind of thing, to put it mildly. And every year after that, she was the chair for quite a few years. There was always a really comprehensive look at the budget by this committee, and it was really a foreshadowing of the work that I came to see her do here on the county commission. And when as we've talked about the other two commissioners, their passions clearly rose to the surface. That's certainly also true for Commissioner Overman. And it's not just that she cares so much about affordable housing and that she talks so much about affordable housing. On every agenda, probably for the last 6 months, there was an item. And it was all because she was constantly bird-dogging this issue. Commissioner Kemp, you said it really beautifully, because of her, fervent desire to make sure that people have a place to put their head down at night and be able to live a decent life. She understands viscerally how important it is for people to have housing. And I know that in the future, we are going to see her in that area, advocating in that area, working in that area, because it's so clearly her passion, and it's so clearly a passion that she brought to the county commission. And I just want to say that I'm so grateful that this board has been able to do such great work in the area of affordable housing, and certainly not taking anything away from our wonderful staff, because our staff is wonderful. But Commissioner Overman is the one that pushed and pushed and pushed to get every single dollar that we possibly could for affordable housing. And even when we didn't agree, it was because she just wanted to go further. And it really is to be admired. And I think that our community owes you a great debt of gratitude.
Thank you, Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't repeat all that Commissioner Cohen just said, but we know with your heart, it's affordable housing. I mean, you pushed, and I can remember a couple of months ago, it was like maybe $9 million left on the budget, and you wanted to take the last dollars the county had.
Every single penny.
I mean, the very last dollars.
I really wanted it.
Yeah, you really did. You really did. And would leave us with nothing, but we had to say, hold on. We had other things to do and take care of the county.
Hey, you gotta ask.
And you did. You did. But that's a true leader. I mean, you wanted it. You asked for it. But it was a turn down. But I mean, but you did what you needed to do.
Hey, I got the 24.
Yes.
I got the, so it's all good.
But on another note too, human trafficking. When it was getting ready for the Super Bowl and all, you brought that human trafficking and says, how could we work together with the sheriff to make sure the young girls didn't go out and get themselves in trouble or what have you? And just want to thank you today for your leadership in serving our county, because it's not easy serving in the role, and particularly serving as chair for this board. So thank you for your leadership. And lastly, and this is on a personal note, but a short note, your remarks, you always had 2 or 3 synopsis to give us. You get back in the queue, and you come out, you get back in the queue, and I'm like, well, how many sides are we going to hear before we can vote? But it was all good. But that's what it takes sometimes is, having a lengthy remarks, same with Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Kemp. So even in the farewell today, we still got the lengthy conversations. It's all good. So thank you so much for serving.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Commissioner Overman, I mentioned your passion for affordable housing in my remarks as well. So this is a fitting tribute to you and a fitting honor. And again, just wish you all the best in the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. And At this point, I'm going to flip the script and say a few things before I get to some of the little red remarks here in our script. And I'm going to say a little farewell. Commissioner Overman, as you said, we came into our post together, and it has been a pleasure to serve with you for 4 years. And I know we will continue working together on many fronts to move our county forward. You have done great work and distinguished yourself, as has been said, as an advocate for those individuals in our community who are struggling to keep a roof over their head and food for our table. And I think you said it very well, Commissioner Cohen, that she brings forth that visceral illustration of why we need to help people struggling in our community. And you've worked hard to provide affordable housing for our county's families, and you've worked to put that housing where people need it the most, near jobs, near schools, near MacDill Air Force Base, to serve those who serve our country. You've worked very hard on our MPO and on our HART board to improve transportation and mass transit in our county. Very hard. As a county-wide commissioner, you've been engaged in our many diverse communities across this whole county. And you've worked tirelessly to look at everything we do through the lens of equity. You have been a great commissioner, and you've been a great chair of the board. Serving with grace, dignity, and integrity, your leadership has shown brilliantly here at the dais, and as you've represented us in a wide range of events throughout the county. Here at the dais, you've held the reins gently but firmly, and this has been a board of very smart, strong-minded leaders, and you've let us all have our lengthy say and helped us go through each vote and come out the other side and move on to the next thing in a perfect way with your leadership skills. So to show our appreciation for your year of serving as the chair of this board, all of us board members have chipped in to present you with a special gift as a memento of our time together and in gratitude for our service. I have it right here.
How'd you hide that under there?
Now, I hope I haven't made a mistake in wrapping it, but the card is just saying that it's from all of us, and we're all very tickled to see you open this.
Oh, I have to
brought you
open it? Oh, okay.
Scissors. It's kind of heavy.
Okay.
Do you want me to help you?
No, I will. Oh, my word. Yes, it is quite heavy. No, I'll get it open.
She's gonna love it.
Okay, what you got? Be bowling ball? Small bowling ball? All right. Let's see if I can do this. Just rip it,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Just rip it.
Yeah, it's scissors. You might.
Oh,
need
okay.
scissors.
You're right. You're right.
We'll recycle the paper.
I won't cut my arm off doing this. There we go.
I shouldn't have wrapped it. I'm sorry, but
No, it's okay.
wanted to
It's
make a
okay.
present out of it.
We can do this. There we go.
Mm-hmm. It's coming.
I have to practice this. You know what? This Christmas is right around the corner.
Right,
So, okay. I'm
Yeah.
gonna give these back to you. It's
Yes, and some bubble wrap.
and bubble wrap. Yay! My grandson will love that. It's his favorite thing in the world, other than video games. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful.
That's right.
Oh my God, these are so, oh, it's so beautiful. Let me get it out. You're right.
You guys-
It is quite heavy. Jeez.
And for those of you watching at home and in the audience, this is a one-of-a-kind glass sculpture by a glass sculptor named Susan Gott, who is also a friend of Commissioner Overman, and who has helped us pick out something that we thought you'd like, with a turtle being with
like
your
kill the monitor.
history of the terrapins, but she's also engraved on the side of it. You want to read it, or you want me to read it?
Oh, she sure has. Lord, these are heavy. Kimberly Overman, Leadership Matters, Hillsborough County Commission Chair. 2022, Susan Gott, his signature on it. And I can't tell you, it is gorgeous. This is so awesome. Thank you. Oh my.
Keep it as a memento of our gratitude for your leadership with us.
I'll try not to drop it on anything, because I will certainly break it.
And so, Chair Overman, would you like to share your feelings and thoughts with us?
Okay, well, I'm not going to go real long, because otherwise I will start crying. So this is an amazing experience. I just want to say thank you so much to the residents of Hillsborough County that chose you and I to serve Hillsborough County as a whole, because we have served countywide. And as a consequence of that, I've had the opportunity and the pleasure not only of being vice chair for 2 years and then chair this year, of serving in a lot of different capacities beyond just my passion for housing. Yes, I want every penny for housing, yes. But that's based on my experience of working with families for over 30 years, advising them on how to participate in the American dream. So much of our country is based on those dreams. You know, being an American and following that American dream. The idea of home ownership is critical core of a sense of community, a sense of pride, a sense of being able to care for your family members and to see your children thrive. The basis of having a home was one of the reasons why I thought, if I ever get there, it will be my priority. But I have had the pleasure of working on the transportation issues, because I recognizing having access to being able to sustain yourself and grow your community, and to use transportation planning and transit planning to have individuals have access to their jobs and their support as being a core element of making a budget work for an individual family, but also a budget work for a government that is serving its residents in a fair and equitable manner. So it was my pleasure to get involved in transportation. I've learned more about the financing of it and what we could have gained and what we have actually lost as a consequence of not being successful at passing a referendum that can help us invest in our infrastructure, and how critically important that is. But we'll get there somehow. I've also, having the opportunity to reorganize the Affordable Housing Advisory Board to a true board. Because when I got here, it was a department meeting. And I was like, wait, how's that even possible? We really do need stakeholders at the table, in addition to the wonderful work that Ms. Howell, you know, who literally in my mind walks on water, who is just a genius when it comes to figuring out how to work every program that is possible when it comes to affordable housing. And I can't thank her enough for her work, her department, and everything they've done to bring affordable housing to the table, to help us understand the importance of really identifying properties, prioritizing our surplus properties and making that process happen. Impacting in the incentive programs in order to help our builders and developers be part of the solution for addressing our growth needs. She's been brilliant in helping us be there. And she's also helped us in identifying where some of the challenges have been, as we've discovered now that this crisis has gotten to a level where there's so many at risk of losing their home and being evicted. She gave one of my prior legislative aide, Lucas Martinez Jr., the armament to really address our eviction issues. And we funded the ability to partner with Bay Area Legal to help those residents that were at risk of not only having a permanent ding on their record, but to help them find ways that they could either move or solve a challenge when it came to an eviction that has a permanent impact on their lives. That was great work. But one of the things I wasn't counting on when I got elected is managing the largest health crisis this country has ever felt, in partnership with Commissioner Miller, with our local leaders, serving on a board in an area where we did not have the tools or an understanding or the structure in place for dealing with that kind of emergency. We knew how to manage hurricanes, and we do it well. We just proved that in dealing with Hurricane Ian. But we had to make some really tough decisions on how to not only deal with something that we didn't know all the answers, but also ways that we could support and preserve our families and our businesses. And we were very successful at doing so. We got our businesses back open as soon as we were legally allowed to, based on emergency orders from the state. We were able to put into place resources to help our businesses get their people back to work. And we were able to help our families recognize the things that we were recommending and mandating for a period of time, but recommending to be done in order for them to be able to get their lives back on track, to go back to work, and to go back to school. Those are the things that we fought very hard for. And in the meantime, we were still doing all the other stuff we already have to do. So the staff for Hillsborough County that has had to literally manage 4 budgets at the same time, our regular county operating budget, our capital improvement budget, our CARES budget, and our American Rescue Plan budget, all at the same time. And we still have an amazing, credit rating, and we are winning awards nationally for our audits. Our fiscal and financial responsibility and efforts have paid off for the residents of Hillsborough County. And we couldn't do that, not only here as a board, without the amazing staff and leadership of the executive team for Hillsborough County and all of the employees that have worked with us, and our constitutionals that have supported us, the sheriff's office, the clerk's office, the courts, with Judge Chief Corrada. All of the work, the agencies that we work with, the Children's Board, the Juvenile Justice Board, all of the opportunities that I've had to serve, and pretty much all those boards, have given me a real keen eye about how well we work together. And I have seen what I can say is the best example of good government that I've ever witnessed in history, as far as I'm concerned. So it's possible to do that. But I couldn't have done it by myself. We hired you, Bonnie Wise. We had to find a new county administrator. That was so much fun. We've had to select someone who is a jewel inside already that has done an amazing job of serving all of us, as well as the employees and the residents of Hillsborough County. The work that you, in partnership with Christine Beck's office and all of your attorney teams, we've been sued so many times it's ridiculous. We've had to really look at all kinds of opportunities and ways to put things into place that had a balanced approach of creating safety and wisdom in the way we operate, and your office has done a stellar job of that, all the way across the board. We've had to step out there on a bunch of issues that have actually served our residents quite well, and I thank you for that work, and for the entire executive team. Greg Hordell, Ramin, I can't even begin to name, Ms. Howell, Adam Gormley and his entire team, our Planning Commission team with Beth Alden and Melissa Zornita, all of the teams that have worked so hard to present, and your finance team, by the way. You guys rock. You're amazing. All of the work that's been done on the environment with the EPC. We have served our residents quite well in the last 4 years, doing double time when it comes to not only just providing services, but also dealing with some major emergencies. You know, because we were so ready and knew what we were doing when it came to a hurricane with Ian, we were able to help our neighbors and be able to recover. Now, it's taken us a while to kind of clean up the mess, but you know, that's what hurricanes bring. And we knew that. But I can't tell you how much I appreciate being able to celebrate the amazing recovery this county has experienced as a consequence of the great work that we did serving our residents with some things that we didn't plan for. Our economy, as we heard from Visit Tampa Bay and the Sports Commission, has recovered in such a way that we are on a global map that we weren't on before. We've accomplished great things. And it's because of the very hard work that many of the staff have done, but as we heard earlier, the hardworking commissioners that have really done their homework and look for opportunities to bring good solutions to our residents and to our government for being able to best serve us all. We've worked on reducing the impact of discrimination that still exists in our community. We worked on providing a hope for not only people that needed housing, but also hope on reducing the recidivism of those that were returning to society through the step-down program that the sheriff is going to implement, and we're doing in other areas. We're looking at creating an opportunity for children that are living in low income or in foster care to relive an opportunity and see hope without having to live with only the trauma that comes along with being separated from their family for whatever reason, even if it's just not being able to afford the lights in their house. We have done some amazing work in investing in our infrastructure and creating balance in how we're providing resources for our parks, for sports, for schools, for libraries, and all the above, as well as supporting our workforce, whether those that are currently in the workforce or those that are trying to get in the workforce, and creating a great way of supporting those that are interested in supporting themselves and their families effectively. Finding that balance has given me great pleasure at being part of this equation. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. It's been my pleasure. And yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here, aggravating all of y'all, you know, wanting to every single last penny for housing, probably in some way, shape, or another. But I can't thank you enough for the $24 million and all the rest that we distributed out in rental assistance. Hillsborough County delivered more in rental assistance and resources to support our families, I think, more efficiently than any other county. I'll just claim that because I believe it's true. And that commitment for Audrey Ziegler and Felicia, you know, those folks that have really deal with the sad, hard, difficult circumstances that some of our residents that they deal with every single day to try and help, you know, takes its toll. So everyone out there that really want to make a difference, please apply for Hillsborough County because we need good people, as we've lost a lot with age and competition. But there's this one place where you can make a serious difference. I also would like to my staff. Wesley Hughes joined my office this year and has been rocking it ever since. Wendy Brill stepped up when Neda Haddad decided to choose to go into practice to pursue her passion. I have had some of the most amazing staff that have just worked their hearts out. Lisa Monteleone and Lucas and Maya Brown and Monica Petrella, who's now creating food systems all over Hillsborough County in partnership with the work that she's doing. I have been blessed, but I also want to thank my family. Being a single grandma with an 8-year-old now has been a gift, honestly, because it's helped me understand what families in Hillsborough County have had to deal with, what's happened in the last 4 years. It helps me recognize when I am 64, that before I realized I was raising a young child again, the difference is in perspective. And bringing that to the table has, I think, helped us be the best board that anyone could anticipate being. But my family has supported me along the way. They've dealt with me not being available, working all kinds of crazy hours, with death threats, all kinds of wonderful stuff that being an elected leader can bring to the table. But with that, I want to say thank you to them, because I'm looking forward to hanging out with them for more of the holidays. But as I mentioned earlier, I won't be sitting in this position, but I have every intention of continuing to do what I can to move Hillsborough in the right direction that we have been on for the last 4 years. And I thank you all for your support. For those that voted for me, thank you for your vote. And I really want to appreciate that for everything that you've done. This is breaking my heart in making it whole and warm. So thank you so much. Thank you.
At this point, And now I'll return the gavel to our chair, Commissioner Overman. Thank you.
The good news is I'm not, bawling now, so I can actually still talk. So that's a good start. Thank you. We have a special guest that's joined us. I can't see. Oh, there you are. And I understand that Janet Lorton, the Executive Director of the EPC, has joined us today. And thank you and welcome for being here. And I've truly enjoyed our partnership.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I couldn't agree more. I appreciate Bonnie. Thank you for having us. I know I'm between you and lunch. There's a lot of remarks that we wanted to make, but I'm going to abbreviate it. Obviously, we canceled our EPC meeting, and thanks to Bonnie, we're here to convey 2 environmental stewardship awards to 2 of our commissioners. We had already done Commissioner White and talked about a lot of his EPC and environmental accomplishments at our board. But while I was sitting there, I did want to say, I agree with Commissioner Myers. You're a one-of-a-kind gentleman. And I was sitting there thinking about this board. All of you, but especially these 3 too, you guys have such emotional intelligence. And I was a community activist too, and have been in front of this board and many other boards. And this has been a great collegial board finding solutions for the environment. And we appreciate that. The one thing I also want to say is I appreciate that you always take time when you come to our office to visit all levels of staff, talk to everybody, and really care. And that really comes off. And you've even come to retirements and funerals, and I've even gotten phone calls at the hospital. And I know all of you are busy, and we appreciate that you care about the people, because it's the people in the county and the people at EPC that are the public servants. And so with that, we want to say thank you very, very much. And we are going to miss each and every one of you, and we love each and every one of you. But we're going to start with Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith has been our chair for 3 years. Commissioner Smith and I, we were activists together. We did South Shore planning, we did water management, Swift Mud, and we've known each other for decades. I used to live in South County. Now I live in the northern end of the district. I went from the north to the south and now back to the north. But I want to thank you. You had us bring complex items to the board. We had 3 presentations on faucet gypsum stacks. I think you're all fully educated about all of that within the state of Florida, but that's important when something occurs, such as a Piney Point or something like that. And you heard about the good things that happen with our industrial partners as well. you know, and whether it was red tide or these issues, these are things that we could delve deeply in our board. And it was all of your feedback asking us for presentations, Commissioner Overman, you with living shorelines. So this is something that these carry on in perpetuity. And you may not realize that, but we're building on these things. So we do want to, I have the senior staff and ourselves, we have a card for you, Commissioner Smith, and one for David and Amanda with a little token of what we've put together for you and some words. And again, your staff has been wonderful. They're amazing. And we want to confer this Environmental Stewardship Award to you. And it reads, thank you for your dedicated service to the citizens of Hillsborough County and your support as our EPC Commission Chair, your EPC family, this November 16th, 2022. And with me, I have Sam Robbie. You were calling Sam. You had him on speed dial when you were activists. Talk to him all the time. He's our most senior staff person, not to out you, Sam, but at the agency, and Elena Glusica. So we love you very much. We will miss you. Thank you for your support of our mission and our staff, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith?
Very brief, thank you, because I know, as Commissioner Cohen has said before, you know, Commissioner Mariella Smith always reminds us of how lucky we are to have an EPC. That's my mission. And so you all know how much I appreciate all of you and all of your work. And it's been a special pleasure and honor for me to be chair of the EPC. But again, not goodbye. See you later.
Absolutely, and I look forward, maybe we can go kayaking. My grandson, I'm a Florida Aquarium member for 20 years. I got a membership for 6, Isaiah and Killian. We can go off to the aquarium. And I know Stacy likes to eat at Fred's. So we're gonna go get some grits and tomato gravy. And so it's not goodbye, it is see you later. But with that, I will confer also Kimberly Overman. Well, let's take your picture. Do you wanna do your picture or do it together? How would you girls like to do it?
Yeah, we'll do it together.
Well, with that, again, you supported Living Shorelines. You always had a lot of questions for us. You read your agenda. You were on top of things, just like Commissioner Smith. And we served years ago protecting the Hillsborough River, and that's where I first met you, was on the River Board as a community leader. And I always appreciated that about you, and also on a transportation issue, we also met on that. But we're conferring the Environmental Stewardship Award to you. This picture, again, for members of the public, was taken by Tom Ash, who recently retired. It's on our EPC website. And this is dedicated to you, Commissioner Kimberly Overman, for your dedicated service to the citizens of Hillsborough County and your support of EPC and the protection of our natural resources, your EPC family, today, November 16th, 2022. And we also, senior staff has a card and some gift certificates for you, Wes, and Wendy.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've learned so much from all of your staff to have an opportunity to pursue the things that I thought I understood and then did better understand. So I truly appreciate everything that you've done.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have some of the greatest scientists in the state of Florida at our agency, and I hope we can continue that on into the future, because we do have a lot of people in drop, so anyone listening, come work at the EPC if you have a science degree.
Excellent.
With that, we'll take a picture.
Wait, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Oh, yes, certainly.
Thank you. All right, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. I've been observing this photo for quite some time, so I can't tell you how happy I am to have one. Because I've been when I saw them, I had seen them this same photo offered to some others that have left us in the past. I was like, oh, I want one of those. So I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Thank you so very, very much, and thanks for everything you do.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are getting down to the wire here. I would like to take the time to recognize our county administrator, Bonnie Wise, county attorney, Christine Beck, and then county internal auditor, Peggy Caskey. Is she online or she's here? Oh, there you are. I'm sorry, that one little corner, I just can't see who's sitting there. So with that, Ms. Wise?
Thank you. And I know that I am between you all and lunch. And Commissioner Cohen, I don't want you giving me the evil eye.
Today, I won't give it to you, I promise.
But I will keep it brief because I did have the opportunity to speak with each of you individually, because unlike you all not being able to talk to each other, I am able to speak with you. And I wanted to just say what an honor and privilege it has been to work with each of you. You have given me the opportunity to serve as the county administrator and to help serve our citizens, and I am very grateful for that. We have been through a lot of what you all have said already, a pandemic, several storms, and of course the most major storm that we had faced with Hurricane Ian. But we did that all while working together and continuing to serve the citizens without missing a beat. And I have learned so much from each of you, and I am so grateful for this opportunity and the impact we've had together. And just real briefly, if I could address each of you, Commissioner White, I have so much appreciated your honesty and integrity at all times. Even if there was an agenda item that you were unable to support, you shared that with me. You explained why. You always had your constituents at heart, and that was how you served always, and I appreciate that. I love how you speak about your children and your passion for your children and celebrate their everything that's going on and send me pictures from time to time, and I love that about you. And especially we have something in common, and our love for the Florida Gators. So yes, exactly. Go Gators. I know we'll be continuing to see each other. Thank you. Commissioner Smith, I did not know you before you joined the board, even though you had been around Hillsborough County for so long. But I quickly learned about your knowledge, and you shared with me so much history about Hillsborough County, and that helped me better serve as administrator. And so that helped me become a better administrator, and I thank you for that. And the trust that you have placed in me, we have developed that over time, and I am so very grateful for that. I know we'll continue to see each other as you continue to be an activist for your for your community, and I look forward to seeing you in that role. And then Commissioner Overman. You and I have known each other for, I think, about 30 years. It was before my son, who is married this past Saturday, was born. And as you mentioned, you and I served on the Hillsborough County Housing Finance Authority. And we're our love of, affordable housing and serving the citizens. And Commissioner Myers was staff to the county, and so we all have this connection from so many years ago. We did lose touch for, several years in between, but then when you joined the board, we just picked up right where we left off. And so your passion for not only affordable housing, it is for people who are really underserved and need an extra helping hand. And your dedication to them always, it helped us as staff become better and better serve the citizens. So I thank you for that, and I look forward to working with you in your new role. I know that you will take that same passion going forward.
Thank you.
So with that, real quickly, if I can get Greg to come over and help me with something real quick. We have a little something, well, it's not so little, actually, but a little something for each of you. This is a street sign for you, and it is, in our private road street sign. So we're going to pass that out to each of you. And to thank you, they're in the order, I think Commissioner White's is on top.
Oh, how wonderful. Oh, that's
and Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Overman.
Oh, that is great. All right. Here we go. Come up here. Yeah, let's do.
So this is when I say it's my way or the
Your
highway.
way, yes.
Here you go.
1, 2, 3.
Excellent.
Thank you all. Well, this is on behalf of course, all the staff.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Amazing. That's great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I guess I'm up next in the queue here, and I also recognize the hour and will make my remarks brief, but it in no way reflects the respect and gratitude I have for all of you. And I've so enjoyed working with you and getting to know you personally, and it's truly been an honor to work for you and with you. And I know you're going to do so many great things in the future. There's just absolutely no doubt. And in particular, I just think that the time that we worked together, it certainly did fly by, and that it's not always true, but this time it really did fly by. And working on some of the really important issues, including the COVID pandemic, will always make our time together memorable and special. So I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. It truly is an honor and a pleasure to serve this board and to serve each of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Caskey? Actually, I think it's the first time I've seen you in person in a while. Thank you so much. It's good to see you.
I wasn't going to miss this in person today. But my comments are structured to all of you, and I know it's lunchtime, so I'll kind of keep this brief. But I just want to say, that you all supported the internal audit office, and we had good conversation. I really appreciated all of your thoughts and insights. Sorry, my voice is almost gone. I have a hard time speaking right now. But even though you have your own passions, I always appreciated that there was no undue influence, and you really allowed me to do my job with full independence, and you respected those audit reports and those recommendations. And when you agreed with those recommendations, you took action. And I've been around for a lot of years in government, over 25 years, and this was a really, really strong board. And the things that this board has accomplished because of people like you, I don't think the public always understands what it takes, and how much time that takes, and dedication and battles. And I just want to say I really appreciate everything that you all have done. And you're some of the best people I've ever worked with. So I wish you all the very best.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, now we'll all start crying. Is there any other person?
So there was somebody sorry to mention this, but there was somebody at the beginning of the meeting who you had called for public comment, who didn't come up but is here now and
Okay.
would still like to speak.
Oh, okay. All right. Who might that be? I did offer an opportunity to speak after the meeting.
Okay.
Earlier.
Oh,
I
yes.
said that
Okay.
if
Oh, that's good.
I would
Okay.
entertain that option.
Afterwards.
so.
Okay, very good. So you want to do that afterwards? Or would you like her to speak now?
After when? After additional staff to speak, or?
Yeah, we don't have any other presentations at this
Okay.
time.
Okay.
So.
All right, with that in mind, if you'd like to introduce yourself and offer your three.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Josie Fickey from Valrico, Florida.
Oh,
You've
that's
seen me
right.
a couple
Yeah.
times. I would like to thank those of you that are here for your service to our community. I know that government service is not easy, but I also like to thank God for the time of one's self-honoring is over, because I have listened to that long enough. All while your constituents praise you in their false reality as you speak here today, and I quote, "Many of us are risking our lives getting out of our community." Your demonic plans to put transit housing across the street to public schools and private schools while Florida remains the third in human trafficking is sickening. I remind you all that we are a republic because I have heard we are a democracy several times today. We are a republic. We were founded on a republic, not a democracy, and that is why some of you were replaced today by we the people. We the people will continue to replace all of you that are out of touch with reality. Overman, I'd like to remind you that only one
Excuse me.
walked
The one
on
of the
water,
rules
and that
here
was
is that you do
Jesus
not
Christ.
call out a commissioner.
And that was Jesus Christ,
And-
not
and
your
can
idols.
you-
Thank you.
Sheriff?
Thank you. Farewell. So glad to see you go.
I'm good. I'm just good. I'm giving him an opportunity to share. And I'm glad I gave him the opportunity. However, we did say that you do not call out a commissioner, and that obviously was a difficult rule to follow. So we'll just move on. And is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Seeing none, I want to thank everyone. I know we ran over, but this is our last meeting together. And thank you very much, and I'll call the meeting over.